Hey everyone. A little quiet start today. A little quieter than I probably want, but hey, whatever works, right? What I should do is go and look and see what video game music I can just play in the background. Because, you know, they don't usually copyright claim that. At least that's the theory. The usual setup. This one here. I had too many discords. I should start the multi-chat too. All those set. Now I just need to post the join the Discord link, see if I can farm more Discord people. I need to start chatting there more. I haven't done that in a while. Kind of fell off the content creation wagon for a while there. Not a lot of point in doing it when your health sucks. Especially with the little subscribe icon from the YouTube videos. People subscribe. I don't know. Whatever. Who pays attention to that anyway? I got that there. I haven't done this one yet. Nobody ever posts on Kick though. I don't have any kind of anything going on that one, so. There's just not a community on there for game dev. It's not like YouTube where it's so big that people can get, you know, excited by lawn care. Very real thing on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. It's like lawn care, really? Wow. Lawn care. That's messed up. Not sure I like this lawn care idea. Nah, it's people just cleaning up places. I guess someone finds it satisfying. I don't know how, but okay. Now, the enemies successfully spawning here is a mystery to me. It should be an area that's reachable, but that would check for the nav mesh, and yet they're still spawning within range. I mean, I could institute a thing that turns encounters off, but yeah, like this, like, how are they moving around? Because they're supposed to need a nav mesh to move around. Like, I can get the spawn in a place that shouldn't. They're all stopping here, which means I don't think the nav mesh goes beyond here, but there shouldn't be a nav mesh here. They shouldn't be able to spawn there. They shouldn't be able to walk there. Say the nav mesh goes up to here. So they should only be able to spawn up here. And even if they did spawn somewhere else, they need a nav mesh to walk. That's how it works. Because I'm using the move to command, which requires the nav mesh. But somehow, they are able to spawn anyway. Which makes you wonder if there's somehow a second nav mesh. Is there? Is one spawning in? That'd be weird. There most certainly is not. I guess there's a way to show the nav mesh, huh? Well, you can change these to a different shape? Huh. Learn something new every day. I wonder if that's relevant anywhere. So nav mesh will not generate under the surface of the geometry. What does that do for me? Is this something that just should be enabled all the time, where they just can't go through there? Dave, what does that do? This has been a real mystery because I don't want them spawning here. I want a portion where they don't spawn. They shouldn't be able to. Everywhere else it prevents this from them going someplace. But look at that, right on here. And they can't walk because there's no nav mesh. So there's definitely an issue with the spawning algorithm. It's weird that they were able to walk over here. This I don't understand. This, or they could walk through this small section is unusual to me. That should be it, but that one's walking on top of an object, sure. And how it selects the surface, it must have the ability to spawn where it shouldn't. Might be this random reachable point, like random navigable point. We'll try this one. This will prevent them from being able to spawn in places, but it's also got some limitations to it in that it can't spawn where the player can't, where they couldn't easily walk to the player. But I want to see if that changes the system a bit. I might just want to start spawning them without the randomizer thing, or have some enemies that are spawned in naturally. Always in areas and then randomize additional enemies in. Mix it up a little bit. I just want to see if it spawns in. It's still 0 at 3. So I guess it's minusing 1, so it technically has 1 enemy spawning somewhere. That one in the wall? I might experiment with just having enemies spawn in areas so that they always are, you know, wandering around in certain spots. Yeah, because now they're not even really spawning in. That did not seem to work as well. It's okay over here. I mean, one spawned in. 2 spawned in. I'm gonna have to change the encounter rates in these areas, I'm sure. Should probably experiment with that, changing the encounter rate a bit. -1 doesn't do anything that I can see. I'm gonna start late tonight. It's okay. Sometimes I just start whenever I start. It's kind of just whenever I wake up and feel like streaming versus anything else. Yeah, I kind of don't want to have as much running like this in areas like this because this area is super linear. The new one's not really spawning very often. Even though I increased the number of encounters in there, you'd think it would have spawned more often. Like, it fixes the problem, but it doesn't fix the problem. Because now they just don't spawn. All this crap up. Maybe I'll start just doing the queue thing like that. It does put them a little on top of each other, but it's still easier to read. What's it gonna do with this one? Okay, it's growing on me. It didn't before, but it's growing on me now. Okay, that's not growing on me. That sucks, but... should definitely do that. We'll hit Q over a thing just so it looks nice. But it's kind of growing on me. Sorta. I think how easy it is to do is actually what's really growing on me. Probably what it is hit Q and move on. Better clean up. Well, I guess I can experiment with that. Grab it fast from my thing. So I want this location here, and it's like we have 180 there, so let's go to the encounter table. I think the system won't do what I want specifically, but I want to test something just to see if it actually does what I need it to do. I probably have to have some way to make it where it doesn't spawn again until they left the room, which I don't really want to necessarily do. It'd be cool if the room info actually worked like that, because that's actually what I want the room info to do. The issue is the room info then has to spawn in all those, and it eats the FPS quite a bit. That might actually be the better call, though. So I can support a lot more enemies than normal. So I can kind of have both going, where I have certain enemies that spawn in when the room's there, and then certain enemies that just spawn in to follow. Maybe that is the better idea. Yeah, maybe try that. Let's see if this works. I could play 6 of them to just kind of slow the player down and then have more spawn in on top of them periodically. I don't hate it. I keep forgetting I can close all these to improve FPS. That's dumb. I smart. Smart. Yeah, I think a combination of two might be good. Predictable enemies and then non-predictable enemies. Hey, Superboy. How's it going? This looks cool. Well, thanks. I'm experimenting with having both a random encounter system and some predetermined enemies that are kind of there as well to kind of keep the player having a somewhat similar experience, but not completely the same experience, you know? So I'm positioning a bunch of enemies in this room to test out how it feels. And I just have to do it for, you know, the rest of the game where there's stuff all over in other rooms. And yeah. I have lots of rooms to go through and do this for. Lots and lots and lots of rooms to do it for. And lots and yeah. In fact, the whole building in a city, but the game's only played in the building. I suppose I'd give you a bit of a tour, if you want. Stop my little experiment for a second. I actually have about a little less than a couple years into it. It's just I keep taking breaks for health reasons. Don't have bad health. It's actually started at something like 3.5 years ago. Has it been that long? Okay, maybe a little under 3 years ago. Yeah. Don't have health problems. That's my advice. Your life will be better, for sure. And I'll give you a bit of a tour for fun here. The quick tour. I have about like 4 hours of content. It takes me a lot long to get through all of it because it's a very not linear game. It probably takes normal people longer. So anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse on the building, including you. Give myself some abilities real quick. Break a little late. I tend to sleep like a broken sleep schedule of like a few hours, and then I sleep more later, and I can't seem to sleep more than like 6 hours at a shot ever. So yeah. Anyway, the main mechanic of the game, actually, tab. I guess I clicked off the game. Oh, wait. Is it hide? I don't remember how to hide the text anymore. I haven't. 1 second. Let me disable that thing that's spamming text real fast. I forgot how to do something. Whatever. Look, it's just a brief tour anyway. Ignore the thing spamming numbers up there. There's a command to hide it, but because it's been like, it just came back after like a 6-month hiatus. Kind of forgot how to do some random things. Anyway, yeah. So the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, which is basically her MP. I'm just going to dodge a bunch to use up her curse power. However, you lose your sanity, and if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so you don't want that. I'll let her show the insanity effect for you. If you go back to the light, you gain sanity, but you don't gain curse power, so you have to kind of bounce between the two to know if or to not die and have power. I mean, it's not actually in beta or anything yet. I'm working my way up to the playtest version, but I just haven't done it yet. Let me sell some abilities real quick. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. It bonks things. I had my level set really high for this particular room, so I'm murdering things. We'll run back to a light real quick. Oh, I should probably get all my sanity back. I'm not really sure. Like I say, what I currently have, which is puts you in chapter 3 of 4. I get the start of chapter 3. Takes me about 4 hours to get to, but chapter 2 is not actually complete. It's probably going to take longer, and then it'll take a normal person much longer. Anyway, this is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up objects and then drop them places. You can also manipulate stuff in the environment, which I'll go do real fast. This wall vanishes. So you can manipulate drawers, cupboards, light switches. You can use keys on doors if you have the key for the door, obviously. Flip on the light switch. Right now I'm playing with the encounter system, so that's what the numbers over in the corner are. They're telling me how many enemies are currently there versus how many are allowed in the area. Cool. And any other weapon can actually break things too, so you can break these. You can't leave the building. You could jump off it, but if you do, there's no curse to keep you alive, so you just fall lifeless. Well, thanks. Yep. This is my city. Take a look at it. Enjoy it. I put a light out here just so people would have time to take a look. Yeah. I just have a lot of gameplay. For sure. So there's also a tarot form, which I didn't show you yet. And in tarot form, she gains additional powers, but it costs her to be in it. Oh, apparently I can float on that. Good to know. It steals a lot of curse to do it, though, so you don't really want to sit in tarot form. I actually just upped the cost of it. It might be too high now. Yeah. Definitely not a slop game here. I'm kind of more inspired by things like Alice Madness Returns and like Little Nightmares. Taking this with me. Don't mind me, boys. Just running on through here. I need this cube. Oh. Let's try not to fall below because that would mean I have to go around again. And nobody wants that. Yeah, I tend to stream around now, sometimes a little earlier. And I just stream for a handful of hours. Usually like 4 or 5 times a week. Oh, insanity effect, you are very annoying. That is the purpose of it, for sure. I need this. Drop this here. Oh, I should let it land first. As long as you have the effect on it, you can actually kick them around. Really? Really? You see what I had to deal with here? Oh my god. Your birthday's tomorrow? Well, happy early birthday. Are you doing exciting for it? Wow. Aren't you guys just annoying? that kid can hurt me while he's dead. Good to know. The game is very much not bug-free, for sure. Grab a key. The reason I jumped down here. Huh. Oh, no. That enemy doesn't look like a Patrick. I'll show you an enemy that looks like a Patrick in a second. Show off another enemy. Another thing I have really set up. This is strength. It impales enemies, and then you can hit other enemies with the enemy you impaled. It's not perfect at impaling. It's definitely not game ready yet, for sure. But it's funny, so. Yeah, if you have the magician and you have the key for it, you can then open the doors. So see the key appear up there and open doors. I'm gonna slam it in their faces. Game has a map too, so it shows me where I'm at and then the different floors. I need better pictures for the map for sure, but yeah, we getting there. Guess I have this one available right now. Oh, no, it's not open world. You're definitely following something of a path from room to room. You do get to explore throughout the rooms, but I wouldn't call it open world. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Fires bubbles. And if you're in Terror form, it captures enemies inside bubbles. You gotta kind of bounce back and forth a lot of times with the darkness and not. I have a random spawning thing, and I'm probably gonna make it a little more half and half. That's what I was experimenting with lately, is changing how the encounter rates work a little bit. These enemies are like quest enemies, so they are a little different. Are you excited by a brand new day? I don't even know what the Brand New Day movie is. So I'm gonna go with not excited for it because I have no idea what it is. Oh wait, never mind. There's like, maybe I do know what this is. Is that the Spider-Man one? Right? I had to think about it. I think that one is. That was called. I mean, the previous Spider-Man was good. So I'm assuming that it must be, okay. I was just going to show you that she can travel through paintings. That was kind of cool to show the boss. Oh, okay. I mean, I'll watch it. I don't know if I'll go to a theater for it per se, but I'll watch it. Because the last one was really good. And I hope they don't mess it up. You never know these days with old Marvel. A lot of their movies are real bad. Oh, I've got rubber duckies. You can pick them up and throw them. They're more fun to just kind of hit places. These are finishing unfinished stories. I guess I just didn't care about the stories they were finishing, to be fair. A lot of the like the Spider-Man movies have been good, but just about everything else Marvel has been pretty bad for a very long time. Like, I don't even care about. I think I've been skipping a lot of them lately because I just didn't care. I'm like, whatever. Yeah, so if you've unlocked all the paintings, there's a character who, I guess there's a light in front of her that shouldn't be there. She got stuck in the paintings, like everyone else got stuck in a doll. And she lets you travel through the paintings. And it puts you in the haunted gallery, which connects all the paintings. It acts as the game's map travel. As long as you find a painting, you're good. It's like 16 of them out there or something, so quite a few for sure. It should load. Yep, is the haunted gallery. What she says by jumping into toy boxes. Oh, thanks. And all this crap works. All the various collectibles, though I haven't put pictures in for everything yet and what it does, but we're getting there. The tarot menu that you already saw, it just shows you which tarot cards are available and what their abilities are. I need to put in the text for them because I keep changing what the abilities do. Map. It's actually on the first floor of the building, so you can go between the floors. I'll have voice acting for when they talk and everything, though none of the dialogue is finalized, so neither is the voice acting. Guess my hammer didn't vanish, that's fine. Get bored? What, working on games or just in general? The answer is really just no in general. I love working on games. Yep. That pops you to this area and more fun things. But I'll show you the Patrick enemy. Chat actually named him Patrick. And blah, blah, blah. I'll remove the message thing real quick. Doot, 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 doot. Where'd that go? Right here. I'm just going to remove this thing so it stops spamming those numbers every 5 seconds because it's annoying. All right. Now I've always got like a story running in my head. I always keep myself entertained. I don't need any kind of additional entertainment most of the time. Not saying additional entertainment's bad, but I'm just saying. Alright, let's give myself the abilities I'm supposed to have for Patrick. Well, plus the ones I'm not supposed to have. I keep changing what I'm supposed to have. Yep, this is Patrick's, Fort Patrick. What are otters? Felia's dreams like... Oh, this is Patrick, by the way. Give him a second to load in. See, that's Patrick. I can see where you would be, be confused which one was Patrick and which one isn't. And as far as water monitors, you assume like water monitors are this, or are you just asking what who the moderators are? Like, there's no actual moderators for the stream, just me. I keep taking breaks from streaming, so I'm not that incredibly popular. Yeah, I got bit. You're a jerk. Nobody likes you, Patrick. Oh yeah, if you're in Terraform, this weapon gets bigger. No, yeah, there we go. It does more damage. This is the Empress. One of its abilities is that you can plant healing mushrooms, which then, you know, will count up, and then yeah, they grow, and then once they've grown enough, they can they'll explode and heal you. I'm not supposed to have some of these abilities for this fight. Yeah, my big problem is consistency, because I keep getting, you know, somewhat some popular, and then I can't stream for long periods of time because of health issues, and then I lose all the popularity and start again. Whatever. Just how it is. You just... I'm sure once I release the demo for this, that'll probably help a lot too. But the big problem is I also have a job, and doing like all this and the job at the same time is often too much work. It's probably independent healthy. You can't work 12 to 14-hour days. I don't know. Let me, I stream to Twitch, YouTube at the same time, and also Kick. YouTube doesn't have a thing, but I've definitely had a couple hundred people watch me on YouTube before, but YouTube's so erratic. I can see on Twitch what my highest count is. My old Twitch Chivos here in the back end. Twitch Chivos. 257 at the same time. So, but people raid too, so that's disingenuous to say that's like a normal number for what I was getting. That's the top number I've ever had, as you of course asked for. But yeah, I don't think I've ever successfully streamed 25 days and only 12. Interesting. But yeah, every once in a while. I'm taking a 6-month break. I was starting to gain popularity again, then take a 6-month break, and there was like a 2-year break too at one point because massive health problems when it all started. You know, the secret to being a successful streamer is don't have health problems so you can stream all the time. Hear me out on this one. Probably helps. Oh, death is currently not completely ready, but it's actually just a scythe that life drains. It's overpowered and you shouldn't actually have it for this fight, but looks cool. It's got a neat hat. Little scythe too. Yeah, there's like 20, it's abilities for all the major arcana, so there's 22 different tarot cards of the major arcana, so there's a lot of abilities in the game. But by this point in the game, you should only have 4 of them, because this is the first boss. He's got different phases. The first phase, you know, he just kind of tries to hit you and he's dopey. Then he starts spitting crap at you. But then in the third phase, third phase he plays Donkey Kong with you. Not today, no. Usually the longer the stream goes, the more I get things. I've been usually ending at 6 or 7 people again. Which, I mean, I think I'm in about the 8th or 9th stream since I came back, so that's actually not too bad. Like I say, I keep taking breaks and it's not helpful for numbers. Really not. But I'm a game dev who happens to stream, not a streamer who happens to game dev, so as long as my game does well, that's what matters. Trying to get him to his third phase. Oh, now we're in the third phase. He starts summoning helpers too. These are his little fangirls. They try to blow you up if you're nearby. That's just me taking damage if I get hit. It's basically an invincibility. Shows how long you're invincible. It also triggers off of dodge. Actually, I guess I made it not trigger off of dodge anymore. Fair enough, it used to. Dodge makes you invincible temporarily too. But only while you're in the dodge. I guess we haven't hit the third phase yet. Okay. For some reason I thought the third phase is when you had those spawning things, but nope. At half health he does that. I haven't keeping very track of what his initial health was, so. The number. Bash with hammer. You're supposed to beat him basically with the hammer and temperance, the little bubble one. That's all you really got at this point. That's your attacking weapons. Also, let's see if I can get a cool screenshot. Aha! It takes a screenshot when you're in the pause menu of what you're doing, like directly facing Poppet, so they're exploding behind her. Just a fun extra. There we go. Now this one here, like, he vanishes and then you have to go through the right gate and you can see which one's opened. You have until the timer ticks down. And then it fills the area full of water. Your Poppet's not immune to water. It just kills her if she gets hit by it, so don't get hit by it. And then he should start rolling thingies down here, at least I thought. Are you not attacking? Alright. He's just being really slow, I guess. Okay, well normally he rolls those down, but today he's being slow. Lag. The game lags a bit because I'm running Unreal Engine and streaming at the same time. It gets like, 70 to 90 FPS when I'm not streaming. But unfortunately, my computer's a potato. It is what it is. Computer is a potato. I'll get my Sandy back for a second. In the upper left corner, it actually has a thing that says if you're in the light or dark, so. Lots of little helpful indicators. Usually it rolls the things down faster than this. This is interesting. Where are they at? You're just confused, pal? Yeah, I don't know what he's doing on that. Why he isn't, there should be rolling down sooner. Oh. Well, thanks. Wait. There you are. Ah, I'm getting beat up. That's mean. Any more sound effects in the game for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to polish up this first section all the way up to this guy because he's going to be the end of the demo. And the first playtest, so, Though the content's a lot more polished up to the basically the third boss. They're gonna beat him. I'm just hiding up here. Okay, well he can just shoot him through there apparently. That's good to know. A little terrified that that's a thing. It's not that one, it's this one. Okay. You do get kind of a point where you can heal at the bottom of these. And the sign there has, gives light so you get sanity back. I'm not a total ogre. This is the first boss. But I'm surprised he's not rolling these down. Usually this is not a problem for him. Except for today, he's just kind of not doing it. Yeah, he's just being slow. And once I get up here, he starts. But he should have been starting the whole time. How you stream so late? It might be a reason you're getting... That's possible. I could stream other times. But every time I build up people, I tend to lose people because then I, can't stream for a while. And consistency is actually the most important thing for streaming. Like having a consistent time. But a lot of people do kind of show up later, so I'm kind of pushing the time that I show up to stream a little later just to see what happens. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, this time of day tends to get me people from that portion of the world, or later on, like I get Europe too. Those are the ones that I tend to get the most of. And, I'm over in California, good old USA, so, obviously I'm up at the world's silliest time for me. Because it is 3:45 a.m. here? Yeah. We'll see. I'll try and experiment because I previously got all the views by actually streaming during this time. Like that's how I get all the views because there's a lot less people streaming during this time. can't stream in the evening because I have work. Because I work in the afternoon and evening. So I'm pretty much either streaming after that really late or streaming. He died. That'd be funny if I died there. Yep. That didn't work quite as I was hoping for. The third round of it didn't work so great, but yeah, you get an idea. We're not at, like, I haven't done any live play testing yet, so I'm actually the only one who's ever even played the game. I need to hurry up and get some story in there and things, or like enough to kind of direct the players and all the little tool tips in. It's like the most awful part of game dev is all the typing and all the tool tips and everything. But you know, whatever. Yeah, that's kind of the game in a nutshell, and I have a lot. Why is that opening? Why are you opening pre-tip? I didn't click you. Weird. Oh, well, you got to stream like quite a few times a week, you know. Kind of, you probably want to do like 4 or 5 streams a week if you want to have any hope or anything. But I could just do like 1 stream, you know, a week, and then do YouTube content, I suppose. I don't typically do YouTube videos or anything. I just like to work on my game. I like to chat with people and work on the game. Because, you know, if I do something else like YouTube content or whatever, then I'm not working on my game. I can stand on top of the building, stare at the city. Yeah, I can. The issue is, again, like, if I do that, then I'm not working on the game. And it already takes forever to make a game, so it's like, The thing is I already have a regular job, and then I stream as well. You know, working on this game, and it's like an additional job, and then being a content creator on YouTube is like an extra job on top of that. Like, and the thing is streaming and YouTube don't pay crap. So I'd rather work my regular job and make money. Like, I made like, what? I think the next time I paid, I'll made like $720 streaming on Twitch. I've never been paid by YouTube. I don't have enough subs, so I don't get money from ads. I could probably build them up. Yeah, maybe. There's also a lot of people doing tutorials anyway out there, so that's kind of like a thing. It's like, well, if I make a tutorial, so lots of other people making them too. Am I really providing anything that makes me better than the others? This is my screensaver. Let people do this. Watch the clouds. But I mean, it already takes so long to make a game. You really don't want additional anything that subtracts from that. No, I do online sales and the like. It's time consuming finding assets and dealing with that, and then, you know, doing resales and the like. Pays quite a bit. Much better than the piddly amount of money this makes. Yeah. I think yesterday I made 56 cents on Twitch. I streamed for like 5 hours. This is a terrible deal. Yeah. I am the only one working on this game. Just me. Have I used some assets that I bought from the store? Of course. I made the building. I made Poppet. I make, you know, assorted things in like some of Poppet's weapons. Some of the enemies were made by me, mostly the bosses. Not Patrick, though. I didn't make Patrick. I just make weird things. Build enemies out of crap. Stuff like these weird signs. Just anything that seems more unique, I did myself. Reskin things, bend stuff around. Yeah, I make a lot of stuff. I could. I am going to get playtesters eventually. Like I say, I wanted to have a really solid playtest first. Like, the first area up to Patrick, I wanted to be really strong. And right now I'm doing a lot of polish and quality of life for the game, instead of working on things that are hours into the game. Because you get down here and, like, I don't have them loaded up because I have data layers I'll unload these because the game is so big. If loading it all at once is just a terrible thing to do to my computer. But these rooms might appear empty at first. But data layers exist so you can load things in sections. So I'll load the data layers for chapter 2. All of them. Normally they don't load all of them. You normally just load, like, you know, the ones nearby where you're at. As you can see, it's pretty heavy to load all of them for a chapter. Aha! Washrooms, things like that. Other areas. Secret hallways and things. Underwater areas. Giant Mr. Skullhead thing. These are aquariums. Just fun things. The other aquarium. That's chapter 3 once I didn't load it. Another shop I'm working on. It's the washroom. A bar. / restaurant. It's like a theme park in a building, so there's even like the brig and things like that, you know. There's lots of stuff. The skeletons even watch you as you move around. Chapter 2 is huge. And chapter 3 is concepted out, so is chapter 4, but neither are really that game ready. Yeah, it's... Treat it like a little mini Disneyland building, like the Haunted Mansion kind of thing in a lot of cases. Everyone's watching me, oh my god. One of the NPCs in the game. I put his key there just so I could test him. Huh? You open, right? Haha! Random fun things like that. I didn't make him. I made most of the female characters. I know what I like. It's very simple. Hear me out. I know what I like. Yeah, I got so much stuff in this game. I was building a boss fight out here. And the weird pipe things with pipes underneath the water and everything. Yeah, there's just so much weird stuff going on in this game. Stuff everywhere. Oh, there's also a giant ghost girl. I guess I could show you the ghost girl. As long as I'm just, you know, randomly showing off things. I might unload chapter 2 because I don't hate myself. We'll speed loading these up here. Yeah, you see, you're actually one of the toys in this place, and there's a ghost girl that haunts the place, and you're her toy. So, you encounter her in various points. She doesn't have, like, you know, audio for her yet. I need to get a voice actress for that, but... yeah, we're working on that. Alright. You load everything, buddy, pal, friend? Okay. I should have... ah, yeah, it's real simple. The safe zones here will protect you and, don't get caught. I'm open doors. You don't gotta open all these doors at once, but, you know, you can. Where are you at? Uh-oh. Hello, she's over there. I saw her. Oh, no, get away from me. Ah, get away. You gotta run through this maze and hit all the buttons to get through without her catching you. And she'll teleport various places and come after you. And I don't know where she is right now, and that's probably the most concerning part. I'm gonna hide here for a second. Oh, she's hidden over there. She's weirdly not as aggressive as she can be at the moment, but to be fair, she has a weird AI that just does whatever it's gonna do. Oh, she... Ah. Her kill animation's a little messed up. She caught me, unfortunately. I was being greedy. I'll see if I can get a better close-up of her, because she didn't really... I don't know why I'm trying to run through the place. Yeah, it's like a 2-story boss fight thingy against her. You'll go through another room at the end and pop out at the top. I made her much faster, which is really unfortunate, because now she's really hard. See if I can get her up here over here so you can get a good view of her. Oh, she's on the other side of the wall. Hello. How are you? Very good? She's kind of caught on the door. Or maybe she's hiding. Hello. She just kind of phased through the wall a little bit. Uh-oh. There she is. I'm caught. No. Run, run, run. Aha. Hello. She's not very good at getting through these doors. I mean, I could. I like the lights because of the mechanic of the curse and sanity thing. Because if I'm outside of the light, then I lose my sanity and it'll slowly kill me. Like if that ever hits 0, I just die. So it's like an extra clock and forces me to go even faster. But also all my abilities, except for like turning things on and off, doesn't require anything. But dodging, things like that require curse power, which is gained by being in the darkness. So there is that whole extra mechanic going on at all times. And whenever I jump in a safe zone and light this, it basically gives you the option to get both stats back. So I flip the light on, I don't gain curse back, but I gain my sanity. You have the option. But you really don't have any power to actually affect her in any way, shape, or form. You just hide from her. In the next area, she plays red light, green light with you, where if you're staring at her, she won't move. But she flies through the air and passes through objects at that point. Because she is a ghost. She doesn't have to obey the laws of physics. She's just being... It's part of the game that she wants to. But mostly you're just running away from her. She'll be a lot creepier when she has sound effects, for sure. Because she's on my tail quite a bit. This might be too close. Whew. I was concerned. I was like, that might be so close. God, why? Dangerous. It's not a very good way to go to get this one. I missed it. Oh no. So I get to the bottom area real fast. I've already got most of them. I just need the key from the left corner up there, and then I can... Whoa. What are you doing? I don't like what you're doing over there, lady. You're worrying me. These emit light too, so this is actually a lot easier than it seems for the sanity. They didn't used to. Used to be really... Alright. I deserve that one. She was hiding behind the door. What a dick. She grabs you and holds you in the air, but the issue is that there's that second layer that I need to figure out an answer to. Like maybe she just doesn't stand up to grab you. She just does the other thing. But yeah, eventually you unlock the key over here and you get the you get this key, and then you can pass through this door. Actually, I'll unlock this one too. And you can pass through this door and it puts you into this room, and then you jump through here, get to the top, and play it the new version. Yeah, she got me good on that one. I was like, God damn it, wrecked. Now, like I say, imagine how much cooler she'll be when she actually has audio to go with. So yeah, she represents basically just a moving pit, like an unstoppable, you know, like a kill thingy. And she'll show up at various other points, but you can kind of just go around her. But then you'll have conflicts against her, where she represents usually a boss in every chapter. Where she plays a game with you. And this one is Tag. Yeah. Oh yeah, she'll be good. This game has so much crap in it. Oh my god. But she's not actually in the playtest because she's pretty far in when you first encounter her. Like about an hour. It takes me about an hour to get. No, that's wrong because it took about an hour to get to Patrick last time. That means she's probably like an hour and a half into the game that you first fight her. Well, fight her. You're not really fighting her so much as running away. But you're saying we're getting there. I mean, Poppet's the face of the game. I have a Steam page. I can link it. I used to have it linked as a comment thing, but now I just have the Discord because people don't really wishlist that often from streams. It's much better to just have a Discord that people can keep track of what's going on. Where is the link for that? Yeah. Well, I mean, Poppet's the face of this game because the main character's name is Poppet. It's just another word for doll. So she's the face of the game. But if you wish to look at the Steam page, it's out of date. It does have a video showing off a bunch of things. And a description and all that. I might get a publisher at some point too, depending upon once I get the playtest going. But now there's a bunch of stuff that I need to make the game more polished than it is, for sure. It's just missing certain things that... Yeah, and there's additional weird bugs. Better... Patrick's suddenly not doing these. Oh, you can't open it? That's unfortunate. They don't have Steam in India? I mean, you could just type in Poppet Quest into Steam if you have access to Steam. So, if you want to look it up on Steam. If you don't have Steam in India, I don't know what to tell you. It's only on Steam at the moment. You know, eventually it'll be on the Epic Store as well. I don't know what's available there. Yep, the game is being worked on. It has much time to go, for sure. Maybe at some point I'll put it on GOG as well, but I don't know much about putting things on GOG, so I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. I'll have to look into it, and we'll get there when we get there. So the experiment here is having encounters partially spawned in and also having the encounter system happen. So people are forced to kind of sit around a bit and additional enemies spawn on top of them. This is the first room in the game, so your first box. You're welcome. Your first tarot card. Yay! Your first introduction to Tinka up here. The ghost in the paintings. All that fun stuff. I think I'm going to spawn 2 more. Part of why I wasn't doing this is because it eats resources that I don't know if I want to eat. This room's already heavy. I've done a lot to optimize though, so it's not that bad. And I have a bunch of spawning systems because, yeah. If you look back on the, I have a playlist of all my different streams involving this game. I think I haven't added the most recent ones to it, but you can see where the game's come from. It's definitely come a long way. There are... How long am I in that playlist? There are currently 257 videos in that playlist. It's just a couple. It has less views for the playlist than for actual videos. And I mean, to be fair, it doesn't count the views of the initial videos. Just the video, the playlist views. And I'm sure a good portion of them are just me saying, hey, look, I have this playlist of everything I've ever done. Just as my own time capsule. Remind myself, hey, wait a minute. It takes a long time to make a game. Any kind of quality game. If you're just going to make some quick little slop game, it doesn't take very long. And if you want to be successful as a dev, you should probably make slop games and not actually games that take multiple years. I get people ask me, they're like, so how have you managed to like be able to afford to do this? Like, how have you had such a runway? I'm like, because I have a job. If you have a regular job, you can work on your regular job and you have plenty of time to, you know, kind of take your time on the game. You can take as long as you want, really. I'm gonna put a bunch of this here. Maybe collectibles too, like coins and things. Like I have collectibles that do something, but actually I'm gonna move these. I don't want them next to each other. That's no fun. I actually want them to walk around on things because it seems cooler if they look like they're walking up to you, as opposed to if they're just doing their thing, like all next to each other, right? Ah, cool. Yeah. Always appreciate new people. Yeah, I'll leave 2 there. Maybe I just put 1 in a lot of these locations just to kind of spice it up a bit. And then I tone down the encounter rate in here. This is the first room, but it gets dull if you don't have things to fight sometimes. But not too dull. Yeah, that's can I add you on Discord? I mean, the link should work, right? Sure. You want to be friends with him? Sure. That's fine too. Oh yeah, you already joined it. Fair enough. Yep, that's it. You can find out when I actually stream and everything like that. Cause I'm not like I've gotten more consistent recently, but there's definitely big long periods where I don't stream. All dependent upon my health. Or lack thereof. I have spinal issues. They mess you up. Don't have spine issues, okay? Oh, cool. I'm the best friend. I guess. Maybe. I'm a cool friend to have, I guess. I think. Maybe. The encounter table. Where are we at? Encounter table. We are right there. New life from here. I think I'll just make it like an encounter rate of like an additional like maybe 1, maybe yeah, we'll do 2. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll just keep this where it's not that high. 50%. Let's try it. Oh. Right now I'm working on a lot of game feel. So I tweak numbers and see how they feel, like, and how many hits it takes to kill things and the strength of weapons and things. So that's a lot of what I'm doing. Like, I'm not designing a lot of systems at the moment or anything. Everything's kind of already in existence. I need to put in certain points for story, like just a message saying, hey, do this. Hello? These enemies are incredibly dumb. That's kind of their purpose, to be dumb. I haven't seen anything spawn in. Hello? Hello? Oh, I know why. I know exactly why nothing is spawning in, because it already counts these as being part of the array. So if I don't make the encounter number really high in this room, nobody can spawn in. That makes sense. I have two different spawning systems, one for the room you're in, which is a little heavier but used for things that I specifically want things in place, and then I have a smart encounter system that, you know, manipulates all the enemies and everything like that, but also spawns things in based on where you're at. Yeah. I'm not very good at making cutscenes yet. I need to learn how, to be completely honest. I mean, he, you know, does... Like, he did kind of, you know, laugh and then jump in, but... Right now, it's just a gameplay setup, and then all that additional coolness is going to be on top of it. So for the demo, all that'll be there, but for the initial playtest, it won't be. It'll get added as I go. And as I learn how to do, how cutscenes work. Like, because I know how to move enemies around, everything like that. And I could tell it to move specifically, you know, on a behavior pattern, I guess. But that wouldn't really tie together well for a cutscene. I know there's a timeline you can use that I don't quite know how to use it very well. I briefly looked at it before I had a bunch of health problems last time. So it's on my list. How many enemies are here? So there's 8 enemies that spawn in anyway, which means it needs to say at least 10. That might not work well because that might overrun the player. I don't want that. We'll find out. Right, we'll just find out. The two systems were never meant to work together, so they might need to be tweaked a bit to work together. I'm just seeing if this feels good, because I won't do it in any of them. I'll only do it in this one room to test, and if it feels good, then I'll do it the rest of the time. Usually I just use random encounters the whole time. Yeah, them spawning over here is such a problem. I could disable random encounters in this room. Might not be a bad idea. Still removes them just fine. I do think the feel is a little better with the enemies being spawned in advance. Wasn't there one over here? Does it despawn them because they're too far away? I think it did. Uh-oh. The two systems do not work well together. I'm seeing this now. Because the ones that were spawned up here aren't spawning. Well, there's one following me. But the one spawned here isn't even here. No, he is. That's interesting. Huh. I'm gonna leave the room and come back in real fast and test something. Looks like they're all still here. Even the one that seems too far away. I wonder if I have a tag on those. Hello. That's kind of better, I think. In rooms this size, it might be okay, but in the larger rooms, I don't know. Unless I broke it into like specific little smaller rooms inside the big rooms, that could work. Oh, that's true, I do kind of have that, don't I? But then the downside of this, if I kill enough enemies and they all start spawning in like crazy. Yeah, like there's so many of them now. Because the other system doesn't, it's looking to spawn up to 10 enemies, so if you've murdered some enemies that are spawned in, then it's going to keep spawning those enemies to fulfill the quota. And that could pose a real problem. Because 10 enemies is nuts. That's so many enemies in a room. Like just perpetually respawning on top of you. Like randomly, sure, but... Why did you all respawn? I didn't leave the room, did I? They should not have all respawned back into that location. Yeah, it's forcing a respawn when I touch this. Am I outside the room somehow? Huh. Ah, I never have time to play other games. I don't. I mean, I already do. Oh, this just isn't lined up. Really? Well, I hate that. Thought I fixed this room. I'm between work, game dev, and, you know, possibly content creation, and then maybe having a life and, I don't know, needing to eat food and shower and things, you know, and sleep at some point. I've not had a lot of time to do games anymore. If you ever never want to play games again, just get into game dev and you'll never have time again. To fix that problem. Actually, wait. Oh, it's in there. Sure. Too lazy to do game dev? That's fair. You have to want to do it. I've always wanted to make a game, so I just decided to do one day. I just treat it like the ultimate building game. That's what Unreal Engine is to me. It's think of every single crafting game you've ever messed with in your whole life and then realize Unreal Engine is like lets you literally make anything you want. I gotta put a thing to stop from loading there. I thought I did at one point, but I don't see it, so it's like a blocking volume. There's just an invisible volume that makes it so you does collision so they don't float in these areas, you know? Because floating is lame and nobody likes that. So I just drop that there and then... Well, maybe I don't... Maybe I rotate it a little bit so it's a little flatter like that. Or flat with the pipe. I'm fine with you falling on the corner here. I just don't want you to float at any point. I read books and stuff? Oh nice, reading is a good hobby to have. Not many people do, and they should. I think at some point, like, you just ask yourself, what are you really doing with your life? Like, what is it you're accomplishing? Like, I mean, if you don't care and you just don't ever accomplish anything, that's fine. But I don't know, there's a feeling of achievement when you do something that is just so much better than like that fake achievement you get in games thing. Like you just, You can look at it and say, I made this, and the feeling is just the best feeling in the world. It's really just what it is. When you achieve a goal, even if your goal is just like climb a mountain or whatever, you get to the top, it's that feeling. If I make this game, that'll be my mountain. Oh yeah, sure, what's the super called? I mean, could be Superboy, I guess. But I think that's already taken. And see, now she doesn't float in this area. That's what I'm fixing there. Like little things like that. That just shouldn't be. But I'm fine if she falls over this area. Like she floats there, so I gotta fix that too. I'm fine if she can fall there though. The walker? Nice, nice. That could also be a horror character too. The walker. Just creepy whistling or something like that as it just walks towards you in the night. Everywhere you go, you look, you know, the walker is just still walking towards you. I might be cooking on this one. No, nothing wrong with that. Okay, listen, they have like Squirrel Girl for God's sakes. I mean, what are we talking about weird, you know? Like, like... I mean, someone like Batman is somehow like, you know, not considered weird. I would just like to point that out. He's literally Batman. I was like, what are we talking here? Like, this is a stupid sounding name. But it doesn't really matter because you can make anything cool if the character themselves is just cool. So simple is usually better for names, and that's pretty simple. People can understand what it is. It immediately evokes some idea. Travel timelines and realities. That's quite a power. Could lead to a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I think it could make some great stories. You should definitely, you know, give it a shot and see how it works out, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of weird walking out there. Walking realities is definitely a walking. You just walk through like some door to the next reality kind of thing, or doesn't have to be a door, I guess. I mean, sometimes you're visited by a future self. And the future self is a real douche. Stupid future self ruining everything. No, you past self, don't do that. Aw, man, really? I just wanted to take over the world again, damn it. There was a game called Munchkin, and there was a level up thing where the card is visited by a future self, and it's like you, but in a power armor. Yeah, that helps a lot. Sure, she can kind of stand on nothing right there, but so maybe not quite as long. But that's okay. Maybe I should lower it a bit. I just don't want her to get stuck. Maybe it's not as long. Yeah. Well, I mean, depending upon what you do with an idea, any idea can become cool or stupid. But you really just, you know, implementation is everything. And people show up to me and they tell me all kinds of ideas. It's just what they do. I mean, lots of people have ideas, but one thing that almost no one does is actually make it. Like, you put yourself so far ahead of everyone else by simply taking your idea and making it. That works pretty good. I mean, you know, you'd be surprised what you can make cool. One of the ideas I used for this game, for game feel, for considering making things look stupid, and not, is have you ever seen Ant-Man with like that little scene on the train where like it's like super action packed as they're fighting on that little train? and then they zoom out and it's just a dumb train set going around. So it's all perspective there because now the dumb train set makes it look really lame and stupid. And that's why they did it, of course, because they wanted to look small. But it was a good example, like, you know, just the perspective suddenly makes things look way cooler or way stupider. I do the same thing here, you know, like, here's a good example, like, I find here. Let's load up some rooms here, and I'll explain what I mean here. Because this is a fun thing that people, when they first see my game, they immediately don't understand. Takes a second to load everything for chapter 1, sure. Right, so they see these rooms and they're like, oh, you just kind of walk around, you know, and they see this as like a normal, hey, this is what a person would do, and the game looks really tiny, right? They don't think of it as a little toy down here, and suddenly the world's very different. They just see it as this. It's a perspective issue. A room like this can be really boring until you realize you're actually down here running around, climbing on top of things, bouncing on the shelves and everything. But anyone new to the stream just sees this and they're like, oh, cool. All perspective, really, you know? So you can take an idea that seems stupid and suddenly make it really cool just depending on how you implement it. And I don't think walking through realities is a stupid idea at all. I mean, like, that's an endless amount of possibilities. Now, if you have the person do some weird little salsa dance in order to pass through doorways, well, maybe in like a pink tutu or whatever, that might seem a little stupid, but it might also be like Deadpool at that point too. So hey, you know, whatever. I can see Deadpool doing that. A salsa wearing some little, like, you know, tutu or something like that, passing through doors to other realities, 100%. But they established Deadpool was crazy, so suddenly, you know, what would have been retarded for some people is now cool because Deadpool did it. Yeah, see, some perspective, right? Is it? I mean, is it really? Because the Flash has to run. And passing to other worlds is not necessarily running places. Does your character have super speed? Because the Flash can move really quickly, just normally. One, oh gosh, what was this series? Blanking on the name of it, but the character had, it's an old series. The character had the power to open up doors to this one dimension known as the Mobius continuum, and then he could use, like, basically through math, effectively open up doors to other places in the world. And that was his whole power, is that he could open up doors, just go through places like that. But it was really powerful because, you know, he could find his way into bank vaults or something like that. You could bypass all your security, just show up with guns in hands and just start shooting people if he felt like it. And he was facing off against vampires, like much more powerful vampires than a lot of what you'd encounter. And one thing he actually could do is he could just simply close the door when people are halfway through, because then only half of them would get through the door and the other half would be stuck in the Mobius continuum forever. Which, if it was the tap, like, that was like their brain, they lived forever because there was no time there. So it was its own fun thing. But they made all these interesting stories based around just having this one ability that wasn't even like, I mean, it's a really powerful ability. Being able to basically travel with any location instantaneously, or like however long it takes to walk a few steps, it's pretty good. He didn't travel to different realities, just the one, the Mobius continuum that connected everything. He didn't time travel, nothing. Just as effectively a form of teleport. Actually, he had one other power. His power was actually that he could talk to the dead. And he actually learned it from Mobius himself, and that is how he got the power for that. Learned the trick from that. So technically, I forgot he had the power to talk to the dead. That was his thing. Nothing else with it. He could just talk to him. Which led to fun conversations and great story things, sure. It was a good series. I forgot what it was called, though. It's been over 20 years, okay? Listen, my memory ain't that great. It's really not. But I mean, dude gets, like, you know, a trench coat full of like all kinds of explosives and things like that, and, you know, carries around like a couple of shotguns that he's already preloaded, ready to go, and just steps through doors and starts shooting people, you know, like he's nothing like that. And suddenly he's much cooler, and all he really was doing is just walking through doors. I mean, I know the Flash has way greater powers, but The Flash is also kind of lame. Right? How does the Flash solve every problem? Run faster. That gets old real fast. Just run faster, Barry. Run faster. Oh, look. Everything went to shit in the storyline. I'm just gonna backtrack time so none of it happened. There's a running joke with all the DC animated stuff, especially. If you ever see any of the major characters die, then you know the way it's going to end is the Flash reverses time. Every time. You see Superman die, 100% the Flash is going to reverse time. Batman dies, same thing. Anything they couldn't possibly, that would just ruin their timeline, it couldn't just fit with everything, Flash always retcons it. I hate the Flash because of that. Every time, you know exactly how it's going to go. You can't have any story in DC where anything meaningful happens without the Flash retconning it. It's dumb. Like there was a Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, which is a lot of fun. If you haven't seen Justice League Dark or its sequel Apocalypse War, you should watch them because it follows the magic half of the DC universe, and you never see stories about the magic half of the DC universe. They're so much more fun because they just weird, unusual. It's a whole extra thing. But you know, they go to fight a war on Apocalypse like that and they lose. And it leads to this whole dark future like that, and that's the whole movie. And you already know that because a bunch of people died, that obviously the Flash is gonna have to fix it at the end. But at least it was a fun movie till then. Yeah, I don't think James Gunn's gonna make many more movies. All his movies flop because they suck. That's because he keeps making Guardians of the Galaxy. Listen, I don't want to watch Guardians of the Galaxy over and over and over with a different coat of paint. Like, I ain't asking much in life, James Gunn, but seriously. What are we talking here? Look, it's Supergirl, but it's just Guardians of the Galaxy. She's just Star-Lord all over again. You're like, oh, great, thanks. I'm so happy that you're Star-Lord again. And, his Superman movie wasn't very good. It's just watching Superman get beat up all the time. I'm like, this is kind of sad. It doesn't seem very super. It's kind of lame. Cool. And he introduced a bunch of other characters. I guess Peacemaker season 1 was fine. Season 2 is kind of terrible. I watched Creature Commandos. I enjoyed Creature Commandos. It was just the Suicide Squad, except for, oh gosh, the lady who runs Suicide Squad was like, her entire justification for them was that she wasn't allowed to use villains anymore because it was considered inhumane, but nobody said she couldn't use monsters. I was just like, this character, this reasoning fits for this character. She's a terrible person, and this is exactly what she would do. I loved it. The whole reasoning for Creature Commandos was awesome. Ah, yeah, Superman was lame. They just need to, make real heroes again, you know? I don't want to see some guy with some wimpy punching bag so that all the chicks around him can be like, you know, perfect or whatever. I'm tired of that. That is dumb. It's just the whole thing was dumb. It's like, this is not even worth. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I hate this. I was gonna fix these lights here. Shouldn't the light work on you? Like, I was standing by this and yeah, I've seen all of his stuff so far. Well, I'm not gonna watch Supergirl. Everyone says it's terrible. I heard the synopsis of the plot. Yeah, I don't care. It says I'm in the light. That's fine. I wonder why it didn't work earlier. I think it's because I was standing here and it was outside the room. I think they can. I think all the comic book stuff can. They need to remember that it's guys that watch it. Women don't watch superhero films. It's really unusual. They need to learn how to tell a hero's journey again. And not a bunch of Mary Sue shit. They need to learn that women are flawed creatures too, so they need to have flawed female characters in there who actually are also, you know, potentially growing as people. Basically, they need to stop with the message. All that weird woke crap, they need to take that out. That's a good start. There needs to be stakes again. That's another thing. That's why the current Marvel thing has been terrible. Is the multiverse is a flawed concept. And the reasoning why it's a flawed concept is because there's no stakes anymore. Now, whenever a character dies, oh, we can just get another one from a different universe. Did Captain America die? Oh wait, there's another one. There's an infinite number. It doesn't matter. Here's another one. Oh look, Scarlet Witch killed a bunch of people, but it was in a different universe, so what? Nothing matters anymore. It's the problem with time travel as well. Like, you write yourself into a corner because you can retcon all your events. Like, oh, well, all this bad stuff happened. Thanos snapped everybody. But we're going to travel back in time and stop him. So he didn't do it. Okay, well then you just retconned your movie. There's no stakes anymore. Like, if nothing is final, then nothing matters. Yeah, well, I mean, like, Loki could... What's the explanation for Loki not just fixing all problems? Right? Because he just controls all the different universes. Why can't he just fix every problem? Right? He has control of everything. World-ending threat? Why? Like this new one coming out? With Doctor Doom? He could just stop Doctor Doom by just making his timeline not even exist anymore. He just picks the timeline where all the good stuff happens. He effectively eliminates all problems in all everything. Because he just picks the perfect timeline. Yeah. Oh, thanks for hanging out and chatting. And joining Discord, man. I'm by there all the time on, you know, after, when I'm not streaming, so if you want to get bored and want to chat, I'll be around. I think I inadvertently fixed another problem. Yeah, this was the problem. But it was just I was outside the room. I'll catch you later. I'll be here for another couple hours if you get bored. Yeah, probably at least another 2 hours and 18 minutes or so, I imagine. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do the whole put enemies in place. I was thinking about it, but I'm gonna have to reprogram that system to not count those enemies. And then the enemies will still despawn if they're far enough away anyway. Because the system's just not built for both to work. Unless something is permanent. If something is permanent, then the room spawning it in and out is perfectly fine. But enemies aren't shown as permanent, they're just always at a distance from the player. So maybe I don't do what I'm doing here. Maybe I just accept that this is just not how it's gonna go. I'm gonna take a quick bio break here in a second because I drank a lot of tea right before the stream. I think I really tweaked the encounter numbers. Everything's just random. Or have... Wait a second. Or I can also just turn off the encounters in this room. And then have enemies in easy locations. And then from this point on, the enemies just become more randomized. It's not a bad idea either. But then it's kind of weird. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I need to use the restroom. I'll figure it out. Yeah. If there's any chats? Probably not. Definitely been a slow night for sure. Hey, Double, how's it going? Hello, hello. I was just saying it's been a slow night because only one person's really chatted all night. Number 2. Just in time for me to be confused on whether or not I should position enemies or if I should just stick entirely with random. Bought a seedless watermelon? Nice, nice. I always kind of wonder about stuff like a seedless watermelon. I mean, like, obviously this had to be engineered because if it's a seedless watermelon, how does it get more? Where does the other seedless watermelons come from? If there's no seeds in it, how do they plant more? Interesting. Oh, okay. I was like, this makes no sense. Is there a limited supply? Are we gonna run out? Is the great seedless watermelon famine about to begin? Like, what's going on? But the fact that there's actually seeds in it now makes me feel like they've lied to me. All my trust is gone in this world. I see. Basically what you're saying is the whole world is a lie. That's what I just heard. The whole world is a lie. Damn. You think you know the world, but I guess not. Off hack wheeze. I'm allergic to game dev. No, these are trigger volume. Trigger boxes. Sorry. I have to remind myself what stuff is because I've forgotten. Over 6 months. Overpromise and underdeliver. That is like the mantra of like just about every business these days. All these corporations saying they'll do all these things. Actually, that's Epic's motto: overpromise and underdeliver. That's just straight up Epic's motto. For sure. Don't worry, guys. It'll be fine. What are these called? I have these right here. No. Yeah, disable all screen messages. I couldn't remember these for the life of me. See the No Tech demo? They glazed Lumen and Sword? Did they? Oh, well, I mean, good for them. I'm glad someone got paid off by Epic. I mean, someone found those features useful. Is that like on Steam? Can I look at? Actually, I could probably just look at it on YouTube, can I? Let's look. Let's see this No Tech demo.
Freak.
I mean, it's at the state of Unreal, so clearly they're gonna have to glaze something.
Creative director at Neon Giant, here to talk about No Law, the next game from our studio. In our first game, The Ascent, our small team pushed the out-of-the-box UE4 tech to its limit to make a highly detailed, lived-in cyberpunk world. For our new game, No Law, a high-fidelity
Is this what money's like?
first-person shooter set in the unregulated city of Port Desire, we knew that our best starting point would be building a game around the core feature set of Unreal 5, because a small team like ours needs to work with the engine, not against it. We realized early on that out of the box wouldn't be enough. We had to push beyond the defaults and build our own workflow inside UE5 to make the world we wanted. We're proud of what we did with The Ascent, and No Law is the next step.
I wish I had an animator. I mean, I could do animations, but I'm not as good as them, obviously.
The largest world, but the densest.
And I don't have enough time to do all of it.
In at every scale, where every corner carries history and every surface tells a story. Port Desire is shaped by human clutter, cramped market alleys, layered graffiti, worn
You
stickers
know,
on
but
electrical boxes.
I'm gonna go ahead and say something here.
Touched and
I don't think that whole lived-in world thing
Our
matters.
goal was to tell a story with every frame.
I don't care in a game. I really don't. I don't look at their apartments. I don't care about their daily routines. I'm there to like be a murder hobo. I'm there to kill shit, collect the loot, and move the fuck on.
We also needed stability and performance without
So they spend all this time on this stuff, and
For us,
it's like a movie. I don't give a shit,
but a shift in how we build the world. We prioritize density.
right? Because they haven't shown me any gameplay yet. None of this stuff matters to me.
That let artists handcraft spaces without constantly stripping detail back and without relying on procedural generation. Nanite is what made that approach viable. It lets us keep a high level of detail
Here's the glazing.
without treating every asset as a trade-off between fidelity and performance. Our
I wish my nanite worked like their nanite.
in combination with the world partition system enables a seamless
I wish my world
experience
partition system worked like their world partition
that
system.
allows us to have details in every nook and cranny and tell a million small stories. In fact, we have more objects in any given frame than the entirety of the Ascent. With this workflow, we can
It looks like you did
present
that.
complexity in every corner, from the smallest bolt on a freighter to the city as a whole, with no invisible walls and no loading. We built tools inside Unreal to help our artists handcraft the entire city, alley by alley, building by building, block by block.
Here's the gameplay, bucko.
Showing Desire's full range as an urban city overrun with vegetation, we needed dynamic lighting. From the cozy, lush midday sun to the darkest, the most dangerous alleys where even the bright neon light does not reach. The challenge was maintaining a fully dynamic day, night, and weather system without unpredictable frame times. Lumen gives the foundation for fully dynamic lighting, and mega lights let our artists focus on the believability of the space instead of tuning every single light source. Every believable space needs dozens or hundreds of individual light sources. From the smallest blinking electronic warning light on a camera
You weren't kidding about how much they glazed.
above a marketplace.
Jesus.
Mega lights allow us to retain the visual fidelity bar we're aiming for while keeping performance considerations low.
Imagine getting to be in front of, like, you know, all these people to see the, you know, state of, you know, Unreal like that.
Gameplay in more
And instead of showing, like, you know, what you're doing in the game, you just kind of
the street lamp
blaze
flood a space with a
Lumen
flashlight,
and nanite.
or they can leave an area in darkness and have the AI
Shoot your gun, buddy. Kill someone with it.
shine
Please.
away from glare,
Do it. Good. Okay, you shot something. Oh my god.
through darkness, or
It took him almost 4 minutes to shoot something.
feels off.
What? Grr.
Let's see who's got the bigger gun, motherfucker!
To make the city feel alive, we leaned on the mass framework to drive our crowds. NPC density and types shift based on time of day, region, and weather. In the slums, a storm clears the streets, but in the more sinful parts of Port Desire, even heavy rain won't slow things down. Mass
Yes.
simulate thousands
Yes, I
of
would too.
zones, over 3,000 at
I'd
any
make blowjob noises while I did it too, just, you know, for the $1 million. Not a problem.
always feels active, no matter where you are. We're also using MetaHuman paired with our own character randomization system. Together with MetaHuman Animator,
Metahuman.
generate and bring to life thousands and thousands of variations.
They're
of characters,
all
the
ugly.
main characters
Every
and the extras in the
single
background.
character. Because all metahumans are ugly because the sliders don't let you make attractive characters.
Without us having to hand place
Damn it.
effects and destruction. Filling a world of this density and scale with contextual effects while maintaining performance and interactivity was one of our key challenges. By combining PCG and Niagara data channels, environmental effects are procedurally populated where appropriate. Wherever artists place trash or leaves, particles will spawn dynamically based on wind, weather, and player actions. Shoot a bullet or throw a grenade, and particles will move out of the way.
Yeah, it's like blue man. Man, I, so good. It's just the whole time you're just like, wow, man. Just the whole time.
Simultaneously.
Be the worst.
Is a reactive environment where smoke
They'd probably take me off the stage, but it'd be pretty funny. I'd still have my $1 million, so I don't care.
broken glass stays where it fell. Creating No Law has been the process of finding where the engine ends and our custom tools begin. Achieving this level of density, light, and complexity
So far, it looks like they forgot to make a game.
was previously impossible for a studio of our size.
That's what I'm seeing here. Like, it reminds me of the Matrix demo for Epic. Like, that's so cool, but there's no game.
We have finally been able to build the uncompromised version of the world we wanted to create for years. We can't wait for you to experience it. Thank you.
You know, in a game about shooting, at no point was any enemy even shot in that. He shot some lights. I'm just saying. I was expecting him to blow some brains out, you know, because it's a shooter game. But in 6 minutes, not a single enemy died. The only gameplay we saw was him shooting 3 lights. Yeah. And so it's like, cool, you made this really big area. That's so great. But guess what, buddy? You forgot this really important thing. Content. Who cares if there's a bunch of idiots walking around? So what? Who cares you have this big, huge world? So what? There's nothing to do with it. Terrible. But it looks good enough for their tech demo, so they got $1 million. So I guess I'm the one doing it wrong. I guess that's fair. You win. That's true. You made all the money and I didn't, so I am the loser here. True. But man, I have been around the whole game dev block too long, because I've seen too many people show up with, you know, some pretty little open world thingy and nothing to do in it, and now I just automatically assume that there's just nothing to do in any game I see where that's what they have, because they didn't have enough time to make anything in it meaningful. Every time. It's just what I assume now. It's pretty bad, you know. You'd think I would be a little more forgiving, but I'm not. I'm really not. Oh, maybe I'll make this a little bigger. Sure. Can I rename this? Can rename? Crouching trigger box. Oh, you don't, I don't think you actually put trigger boxes in there. Memory servers. You can't. Yeah, that's right. They have to be in their own separate. They have to be on trigger box. So get in there. Get in your box. Okay, well, I was hoping to move the trigger box, but we'll do it this way. Level blueprint. Oh, right here. And I'm glad that someone made you know, made use of nanite and lumen. That's fair. I find a lot of people aren't very excited, but there's those games definitely sell up. But the issue is often that the cost to make that type of world and fill it full of content is like hundreds of millions of dollars. And then the games can't make the money back, because the number of people interested isn't hundreds of millions of dollars interested. It's probably like $100 million interested. Now, if I think the big difference though is open world versus not. Like if your game is open world, it shouldn't be hyper realistic. It's too expensive. Yeah, so far AI hasn't successfully done anything good, so we'll see how that goes. They can produce tiny little slop clips for social media, singular images, and passable voice acting and music. That's what it does. But beyond that, And then you'll never have unique content too, because it'll just be based on previously existing content. Alright, so How to crouch. Yeah, I don't like open world games. The only exception has really ever been Skyrim. Because open world games, all it means is that they're these big ass empty places where I spend a lot of time walking to the next content. Instead of, you know, it being like a sequence of things where I'm always doing something, it's just padding, like boring padding. I hate open worlds. It's so rare that they're actually fun. Hell, I was playing Circus Electrique. I was finally playing a game, and you know, it just uses like a grid system, and like it's basically Darkest Dungeon, but steampunk circus thing. And they just told a story about hitting certain points on there, but I mean, I had a whole game going like that, and I didn't have to wait between content. It was just go to the next important event. And that worked great. That was way better to me than crappy open worlds. I could sit there and stare at the trees and everything like that. Oh, wait, no self. This repeatable. And then, how do I have this set up? I'm reminding myself I had all these trigger boxes set up because I haven't done them forever. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely prefer more contained experiences. I don't like my time being wasted. Because I don't have a lot of free time, and what free time I do have, I want to spend being entertained, not doing a bunch of weird fluff crap, or mostly just walking to the next location, which is tedious. If I want to walk through cool locations, I can open up Unreal Engine and just load up levels. Like people's demo levels, like there's like an endless supply of demo levels. I got this, not a problem. Struct collectible story part. Yeah, it's struct collectibles. That's it, right? But that's not it. It's the info bank. That's what I'm looking for. I remember this now. Story progress. Did I not put them in the same thing anymore? People play for games, love wasting time. Crazy number makes no sense to you. People brag about spending 1,000 hours in Stardew Valley. Yeah, but see, the difference of Stardew Valley is that you're always doing something. Like, don't get me wrong, the concept of Stardew Valley bores the crap out of me. But at least I understand that they're always busy. It's not like the open world games where you're just walking somewhere. You know? Like they're doing a repetitive action, which I find that boring. Where it's just the same actions over and over and over. But they're always doing something, so at least I understand that they're, you know, occupying their time. And those games get to the point on what they're doing. Like, you know, Stardew Valley is not some big open world thing. So not my kind of game. I'm okay with point and click adventures though, so I mean, but those are always, there's always stuff in everything. They're designed in rooms, which is probably why this game has a design that's very room centric. Because you get to a location, there's stuff to do, and then it's just rooms stuck together, not like the spaces in between that do nothing. You know? And lots of backtracking. Maybe that's why they appeal to me. It's like you get things to unlock new areas. They kind of have a Metroidvania feel in that regard, but they lack all the action of a Metroidvania. Interesting. Didn't think about it until now. Where did I hide all this information? I mean, I know I have them somewhere. What is it? Goodie box. Learn to grab ledges. Learn the tutorials. There we go. Well, learn to duck is already one. I already had this. I don't know where they went. Interesting. I guess we'll call it learn to crouch. Yeah, it's like I deleted just those ones somehow. Also, the things that got rid of it, like a bunch of these vanished, and I don't know where they went because they don't show up on the map either. Do that. Very strange. Like, there's a visiting Tinker trigger box volume, but he doesn't trigger anymore. But the thing is there. Like, I don't know where they went. Maybe in fixing a bug someday with one of the things that just caused that problem. I guess I'll change it to say crouch. That's because in not everyone thinks the word duck is the same. They might not understand in Europe or something. They're like, I don't turn into a duck? No, you don't. Yeah, Poppet has all like the dialogue on it too. There's so much on her. You can put it on game modes, but everyone references Poppet anyway. He just Germans get hospitalized every year because gift means poison in German. Huh. That's funny and horrible at the same time. She can actually just go in here. I didn't even need a crouch message there. She's just big enough to go right in. Am I okay with that? Or would I prefer that be small enough so she has to crouch to get in? Well, kind of defeats the need of this, doesn't it? But I can move this to a different location. If she can just walk in that one. Or I can shrink it. It only did it when I shrunk her down to tiny size. Maybe just not enough actual surface area. Like, Unreal Engine's really designed to basically build Fortnite. So it likes things that are like the size of Fortnite characters, which is basically the default size. Do I make this smaller intentionally just so she can't get in there? Is that a thing? Maybe I just let her go into it. Maybe I just make the thingy somewhere else. I mean, I'll teach her to duck out somewhere else. It's fine. So it just has very little impact with something else. So small objects can often go through stuff a lot easier. Because it doesn't impact on a lot of the various points on it. So it just goes, okay, and tries to put it on the other side of wall things. Yeah. Because the first test I had was I made Poppet smaller because it would have been a lot easier. I could have actually just, you know, leached whole portions of levels out of things from like pre-made existing stuff, which would have made for a worse game, I'm sure. But early on, I didn't have as good of a plan for the game. Yeah, and it just... He had a lot of problems. The camera doesn't work very well in tiny distances. Because the camera's kind of a certain size. And it doesn't really shrink down particularly well. The view distance problem where it starts bouncing off walls it doesn't work very well. There's so much wrong, it just isn't built for it. At the end of the day, it's probably about the best explainer. It's just not built for it. Not really, no. Most of the textures look just fine. Like, not all of them are as detailed as they could be, but for the most part, a lot of them look fine, just made large. You just have to keep in mind that I'm not going for like this ultra realism. I'm going for like a Pixar DreamWorks Illumination look. So things are going to be less detailed anyway. It'd be a lot harder if I was trying to go for ultra realistic, but ultra realistic wouldn't work for a game where dolls come to life and beat each other to death. That would be kind of weird. The concept's just too silly for, you know, realism to be a thing. I can explain here, and I can also probably explain down there. So let's do two of them. I've loaded way too many rooms. It makes it jump all over the place. Yeah, I've done a bunch of experimenting with ways of making this game work, and I just find that, well, what I end up with now is where I went with it, for sure. I guess I could do one for each one. We'll leave this here. It'll just be a temporary explainer. This one needs to be now in the toy maze, so I keep track of things better. Oh. It's rare that I put anything inside the level, because levels can get corrupted and I gotta redo a bunch of crap to do that, so I'm not a big fan. And then I need another box, a treasure box later. It could just be on this that it eliminates the others anyway. But when you leave this room, I want to eliminate learn to crouch. So when you can pass back through here, you don't have to see the messages again. The problem is you jump in the painting. You're very unlikely to go into the other room there, so maybe I put this in the painting thing where it eliminates all the early tutorials. so you don't have to see him again. Yeah, I've definitely done I remember the early versions of this where it was like all 2D characters, like 2.5D and things like that. It was weird. That was back before I was using models, so that still suffers from the same problem because it's not the model that's the collision that's deciding it, it's the capsule cube on them. Because Unreal doesn't really understand complicated collisions very well. And things tend to pass through each other a lot in that case. So in reality, the thing that it's mostly looking at is this capsule cube that all the characters come with default. It's a very simple shape to just kind of bounce off of stuff. I don't know. I mean, you know, look at Silk Song. Silk Song's a 2D game. Right? I enjoyed Bloodstained a whole bunch. It's the quality behind the game that makes a difference. Because, you know, they can't AI generate anything good. So, I mean, the right 2D game can be really good, but, I mean... Lots of mobile games are 2D as well. Some games don't play very well in 3D anyway. So, there's also not a lot of point in some of them. I mean, look at Stardew Valley. It wouldn't really do much to be 3D, right? That's not true at all. There's like, you know, countless games that cost money. The vast majority of games are not free. There are free-to-play games, and sure, those ones, the handful of big ones make a bunch of money, but most of them don't make any money. Like, most free-to-play games don't make money. It's just the big ones that make, like, disgusting amounts. I actually don't play the free ones. I mean, some things flop. But, I mean, Square Enix releases all kinds of Final Fantasy games on there for costs, and they keep doing it, so clearly they're making money. Like, one person's failure doesn't mean they all fail. It just means that, well, that time Nintendo didn't release a very good product for the price. But you better believe that, you know, if they could get their latest Zelda game to play on mobile, people would pay huge amounts for it. Why? Because they're willing to buy an entire gaming system just for that game. So, I mean, a sure sign that they are willing to, in fact, pay for it, for sure. I think right here for Toy Maze I should put the box. I've ever heard this track. The problem with a lot of these tracks here is they're often super quiet, and then they have like some good moment, and then it's just quiet again, which makes for trashy game music. Like, you'll hear it right now, and it'll go back to being... And this one's okay. But I mean, like, it's just, what is this? And then what is this, you know? Sure. But, I mean, you know, people already have phones. And if they didn't have to pay $300 for the Switch, you better believe that they drop like $60 on the Zelda game on mobile. There's plenty of mobile, like, money, like, being spent on it. Because those free-to-play games, people drop hundreds of dollars in that stuff all the time. You better believe all those Zelda nuts would be like doing it. Because for them it would just be, instead of having to pay, you know, $360 or whatever for it, it would just be $60, which sounds great to most people. Right? It's just the quality of the product. Most mobile games kind of suck. They don't... Oh. I don't have this in focus. And so they can't really demand a very premium price. Like, most mobile games are real simple. so it's pretty hard to get that excited to drop big money. Now I'll drop like $5 on a lot of them. Most of them just aren't that cool. But if they took the same game that was on Steam and put it on there, you know, if they could, I'd be much more likely to pay. And they're not getting that far off where they're going to be able to run those things. Tablets are getting really strong. So are a lot of the like flagship phones, but people don't necessarily have those. Sure. That's why I said 60. 70 is a lot. But also, you don't care about those 60% if you're trying to sell your expensive game. You care about the 40%, right? And the funny part is those games are often cheaper than a lot of those like mobile games are, the freemium games, where you end up paying a fortune for all the stuff like that. Like, you know, you're like, well, I paid for cash in this game, and they paid more than the cost of a good game. It's like, personally, I only play games that are the paid games. I don't actually play the free-to-play games at all. And that's because I hate the gameplay that they engender, where they're designed to bore you into giving them money by adding additional grind and things just take more time. I want my game that's a rich content experience where I don't have to deal with that. So I just pay for the game, and then I don't have to be bothered by all that crap. I'm not looking for an endless game I'm going to play for the rest of my life either. So it doesn't need to farm content at me. I just want a game that's fun to play and keeps me entertained for that time, and just a solid experience. I'm gonna create chapters for these. Let's do black so I can tell them apart better. It's so sad. The only thing I haven't got updated for 5.8 is crystal nodes. Oh wait, this is dumb. This should actually say dialogue. Got to organize this in a meaningful way. Chapter 1. I have that currently selected, so let's add an event for this. On active begin overlap. Trigger box. So you're not learning to crouch though. We'll call this tutorial cleanup. Trigger box. We'll call it the Haunted Gallery one there. Haunted Gallery tutorial cleanup, just so I can tell it apart a little easier. I should probably put the names of the rooms they're in on there. Oh, that's probably accurate, isn't it? Because otherwise they're going to be all mixed in here, and it won't make much sense because they're just alphabetized and they're not in the room, so it'd be hard to find which one was which. Oh, damn it. That's smart. I hate it, but it's smart. Where's my directory? Hello? Oh, it's right there. Okay. You can never be too organized. Because as I start adding in more story things to trigger boxes, I'm going to want these too. We're going to further organize it. Yeah. Yeah. I wish there was a shortcut for create subfolder. Toy maze? I guess Haunted Gallery is technically in chapter 1, but I think I'm going to list it in chapter 3 just because the rooms are positioned there in the building. And I can't do floor 1, 2, 3, 4 because some of the rooms actually are on multiple floors. Wonder if I could make this game for mobile. I'm kidding. It would not work on mobile, obviously. I don't think I could optimize it enough to make it run on mobile. I am not that talented. That's not true at all. Being able to interact and do things is very much more fun. Like, you can make games like that. It's way better to be in a game. TV shows tend to blow. because they're just a singular story that you can never change. They're not very interactive. You just kind of sit there and veg out. Not a fan. I can still watch some, but so it's one of those things where like people get this weird belief that the game that they like is the type of game that every game should be, and there's just games of all types. But most of the talent now for creation has gone into game making now, because there's where they make way more money than movies and TV combined. So a lot of the great story writing happens in there. So I actually end up watching a lot of cutscene movies for the things because the game attached to the cutscenes kind of sucks. So I guess that's a TV show in a way. But the actual TV show is kind of blow. Oh god, I managed to sit through that Avatar TV show. It's terrible. It's friggin' terrible. Oh my god. Took a lot of tries. I was desperate. Couldn't find anything else to watch. And I was eating food. It's the only time I watch shows is when I'm eating food. That's it. Just when I'm eating. Only time I'm not bored. I said gaming. It's not single player games. I didn't specify single player games. Moonlit Garden, BP Curios. I'm trying to remember the names of the rooms. True. I didn't say the games had to have cutscenes. I just said the games often, I watch high quality cutscene movies because the game attached to it sucks. And that was like, kind of like a TV show. That was about the closest you get to TV shows most of the time. Or the game attached to it isn't available on something that I have. That happens too, but I don't do that very often unless I'm just fascinated by the world. Most time it's just play a game that sounds more fun. But my game is Unreal Engine now, so that's the main game I play, Unreal Engine. Control room. Patrick's room. Chapel. Machinery room. Like the waiting room. I think it's just library. I don't think it's called the library. When you can't remember the exact naming of all your own rooms. But thankfully, because Shawnee B is a wonderful person, now I can just, you know, his suggestion there of having the room names there is so much easier. I don't have to click them, I just get to read them. Yeah, I just put library for it. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. There's just a lot of overcorrection because they hired way too many people back in the COVID days, and a lot of these projects are not panning out because, I mean, you got to remember that a lot of these projects, these games come out, these big games, take like 5 or more years to make. So that means they were being made back during like COVID times when they overhired, or even longer. Hey TX, how's it going? Good morning to you as well. We were just discussing all the layoffs and the hiring things and like when they overhired. And why games tend to be better than shows. Because all the talent is there, because that's where the money is. There's money in the others too. It's not like there's zero. Okay, deep thoughts. Well, I try to remember the names of all of my rooms here because I need to organize my stuff better than I do. How's your morning going? Is it the playroom or is it playroom? I don't know. Oh god. Where are you, room info? You're here somewhere. I hate finding the one in this. Oh, there's one. There's one. Oh, it's just called Playroom. If I unloaded, it'd be a lot easier to read. But hear me out, I didn't. Been pretty dang productive the past 2 days. Have you? Nice. What'd you do? If you want to say. I mean, you don't gotta say if you don't wanna. Actually, I might do a Playroom second floor as well. Because this is like they're both like half rooms, but they're still like separate rooms, I guess. Sure. Playroom, second floor. Washroom. There's a room called staff only. There's forbidden toys room. Alright, used people from someone from Eastern Europe is 1/3 the price. India or Philippines can be 1/10. Yeah, but you also get low quality. Like from India, it's like quality's terrible because they had some big scam where they were basically just giving out degrees even though nobody did. Like, you just paid for a free degree basically. They found over 100,000 different degrees for like doctors and programmers and the like. So with India, you're often getting a scammer. And then Europe, I don't know. The thing is if you hire people from outside your country, then you also are sending the money other places, and then there's no one in your country to buy. You just don't hire people from there. It's better that way. You can't know they're actually going to do a good job, because usually they don't. You got demos made for your spooling software. Nice, nice. You put in contact with a potential buyer? Damn. Congratulations. Get in the bag. Oh my god. Make the money. Oh yes. All the money. See, we're doing it wrong. We're not getting all the money. The mistakes were being made. You're making something that's actually way more valuable than the crap I'm making. Like maybe one day this will be valuable, but your thing's actually currently making money. I know Lepis, you know, in my Discord like that, you know, he's made himself a dialogue system, kind of like a game in a can going on like that. He's been adding to it, and he's been making money off it. So technically, he's more profitable with that than I am with this game. Is he super profitable? I don't know, but profitable enough that, you know, he's getting paid, and they're sending him checks. So, and it didn't take him multiple years. So clearly, someone has the better plan here, and it's not me. I'll be looking around for 100 or 200K or higher, or lower royalties. Damn. Wow. So I'm in the wrong business, apparently. I should be making, apparently, spooling software. Now, games are so overserved, like, you know. You want to make money, make a software that does something unique. Games don't tend to be unique. I mean, they're unique as far as in comparison to other games, but they're still just a game. True. Hopefully. Hopefully I have this massive audience. Well, that's not true at all. Games are not the only software, and businesses buy all kinds of software. You make a bunch of money. It's way more profitable than being a game dev to be in other kinds of software, because you need software to run basically everything. You'll make more money on average programming software to run refrigerators than you will making games. Companies pay more for that too. Again, it's not glamorous work. Nobody really wants to do it, but money's money, bro. Money's money. But you gotta run cars, you know. You gotta run street lights. I mean, there's, you name it, there's software for it, so they're gonna need it. There's also all kinds of apps on the app stores and everything like that that have nothing to do with gaming. Like my app that, you know, prices out magic cards for me. Which technically is for a game, but No, that's consumer stuff too. Refrigerators are consumer stuff. Microwaves are consumer stuff. My friggin' oh gosh, it's not a crock pot. It's a steam cooker. No, steam cooker? Pressure cooker. Yeah, that thing has software too. I mean, you gotta make software for all that stuff. TVs need software. Should I go with those sports cards? I don't think that would be too good. Delivering them is hard. True. Well, I mean, there's plenty of apps that do all kinds of things too. You just need to look on the app stores and see all the stuff that's not, you know, games. But I also didn't say it was mostly about consumers paying you so much as you get paid more money for those things. And, you know, TX isn't selling to consumers either with his thing. He's selling to businesses because people need that. And like, that's where the real money is. Making games is not where the real money is. Because there's a lot of people out there who need software for everything. I was moving these things to things like that. Goodie boxes. When it, half these things are described in the first room. Pretty certain that's this one here, right? Yeah. Too many rooms begin with C. Carnival room, carnival room. Haunted gallery. I need to make chapters, the other ones too. Chapter 2. Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing on that. All I really said is you make more money doing not games and programming for all the other stuff that needs to be done. Which is true. How did duck happens in... Oh, I need to actually make a haunted gallery here. I don't have to make the others, I just need a haunted gallery. Because that actually does see play in the demo. For sure. Ooh. That's a good neck pop there. Oh yeah. Sometimes my neck pops to the left and it is like the biggest relief of pressure. It's so nice. You're just like, oh my god. I don't know about a quick mill. Because the game has to also be like a good game. Like, good marketing is not enough if the game sucks. And a game that's worth $10 to $20 usually takes quite a bit of time for a solo person to make. But I don't know, friend slot games don't usually take too much time and they need to make a lot of money, so I'm probably just wrong. It's probably fair, probably just wrong. Wouldn't be the first time I was wrong, wouldn't be the last time I was wrong, for sure. How to equip stuff should happen in the new life room? For sure. Yeah. Well, apparently you can make a terrible game, but as long as you get enough, it's like a good stream game, it doesn't matter. That's a big difference there. If you just make a game where streamers like it, it just gets free advertising. Yeah. What really matters is you make a friend slot game that people can play for more than 2 hours. That's the secret. Because someone made some weird paddle game, like paddling with friends or whatever, and they complained there was all these refunds because their game could beat in under 2 hours, and it's like, your friend slop acid flip? I'm surprised anyone even played it, but I mean, you know. It's not like you put a lot of time in it, you just lucked out. Oh. This got moved up here for some reason. Is it? Apparently it's referenced in here, the learn to duck. What happened? It wouldn't be in there. I have so many questions about so many things in my games. Learn to crouch is there, but where's learn to duck referenced at? And why is it over there? And why don't these fit? I hate it. Make them fit, damn it. It bugs me. Open the map. Why is open the map there? Why are there two of them? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if you're a game dev, like appealing to the content creators is the best strategy for making money. 100%. Any game that's replayable, if they can sit there and make content like perpetually with their friends, is so much better, and they're much quicker to make too. So it's way smarter. Unfortunately, those games aren't fun to play, but it's fun to watch your favorite content creator play with their friends playing it, right? Like there's that new one where you basically play hide and seek and you sit there and spray paint your characters to try to match the environment. That game looks boring as hell. I wouldn't want to play it. You couldn't even pay me. But watching a bunch of, funny content creators play it can be really cool. But then that gets old pretty quick too, so it sells to content creators, but I mean, that game made a bunch of money, so I don't know. I'm dumb. I noticed that people are having a lot more fun playing games these days with friends, and yeah. I mean, games with friends can be good if you like that kind of game. It's probably fun for the first 10 minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, the novelty wears off. But if you can make content creation for it and you're getting paid a bunch of money, it's a different story, right? But that's their job. It's like Among Us. Among Us didn't look fun to me at all. It looked awful. But it was good for like the Sky's Toast and friends to play it or something, like it's pretty much it. Like, it was good for him. And watching his friends play it was kind of funny sometimes, but I'd look for a highlight reel and that was kind of it. I also don't like multiplayer games. Like, I just won't play them. And most I'll play an MMO, but I'll solo play it. And even then I don't play MMOs anymore, but yeah, like friend swap games look like complete ass to me. So I'm also probably a poor judge of how fun they are. Just saying that much. Let's qualify it. I'm probably not the target audience. FPS games like Halo used to be a great experience, but now they're all toxic. I mean, I would just play the solo campaign anyway, so I don't know if the solo campaign is somehow toxic, but probably not. Like, I would be interested. I don't even like FPSs particularly, but not unless there's an RPG attached to it. Because I played the Fallout games, so I enjoyed one in New Vegas. I guess technically 3 in New Vegas. Yeah. I mean, what do you want? Like, trash talking, is pretty much the whole point of online, right? You're just playing with a bunch of 12-year-olds, that's all. Why you would want to do that, I don't know, but whatever works, I guess. That's why I like fighting games, because then, you're playing online, if they're annoying, you just keep punching them in the face in the game, right? Make them shut up. No, I never have voice chat on unless I don't give a crap. I'm not there to be on someone's team. It is mostly 20, 30-year-olds. We're toxic, we're not, it's mostly teens. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's probably fair. The joke was that, you know, it was all 12-year-olds, right? That was the big joke, you know, the big thing where here you are arguing with a 12-year-old kind of thing. Yeah. It's obviously not true, but there's probably quite a few of them on there, though. I mean, kids got to play somewhere. But yeah, now it's the same, you know, like 12-year-olds have aged up. Congratulations. I don't know. I don't play these online FPS games. I don't find them fun, so... Like, I like solo games. I really don't like playing with other people at all. Like, at most, I'll play MMOs and other people are in my MMO. That's how I view it. You're in my MMO. And I put up with you only as so much as I have to. And then I just go away and go somewhere else and ignore you. That's what I do in all these games. Like, yeah. If I join a guild, it's because I need them for something and I don't want to talk to them much. Really. That's incorrect. I'll chat with them without actually having to do anything for them. Like, I don't want to go meet and do their little dungeons together. I hate that. But they want to chat at me while I'm doing something. That's fine. That's cool. Whatever. If I have to help the guild, I guess, but I don't want to. Don't wanna. Don't wanna. Learn to duck is in here? But why? Well, this is Patrick's room trigger box. Okay, I'm not sure why some of these things exist, okay? Why are we learning to duck in here? Or maybe what I'm actually doing is I'm removing it. Is that what this is doing? I don't remember my own code. All this goes online with fun at first when new people are getting into it. Maybe fair, I don't know. I played the Elder Scrolls Online beta. I didn't bother to play after that. It's okay to hate people, that's why I work at home. Exactly, right? It's so funny that I started streaming of all things, right? I like chatting with people, I just don't like gaming with people. It's really that simple. I hate it. I don't want to game with people. I don't want to. You can't make me. I remember a bunch of streamers invited me to play Among Us with them. I was like, oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm too busy. Meanwhile, I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to do that. Jesus Christ, no. That sounds terrible. This is exactly what I don't want to do. Sit there and argue a bunch of politics and weird things like that, try to convince them I'm not the bad guy? Shit, man, that doesn't sound fun. Have you seen how boring the little mini games are in that? It looks terrible. I wouldn't even do the mini games. Doesn't even sound cool. Most of the content creators don't, because it's boring. Yeah, who likes seeing people? That's weird. They can all look at me. I just massage. As I work on my game, hidden away in my air-conditioned box, far away from people. I mean, for a while I ended up used to play Magic in public, you know, I go Magic the Gathering, and it was only because my friends did it. I was like, all right, well, I guess my friends are here, they're doing this stuff. I don't have anything else to do, so I guess I'll play this. I actually got back into meeting up with people doing it. So I guess technically I enjoy playing Magic with people. I think what it really is, I just enjoy hanging out with people, but you need a reason to hang out somewhere. And all my friends are gamers. Do you know how hard it is to get a gamer to leave an air-conditioned box? I mean, really? Like... Just like, but we're gonna go to another air-conditioned box. You'll be fine. But it's so far. It's hot out there. Yes, but it's only like a couple miles, man. You'll make it. I swear. There's bottomless drinks there. Like pulling teeth, man. Like pulling teeth. No, sir, I don't like it. So... I'm trying to remember how I did all this, like how I have it set up. Like, I know how to program it, but how did I program it ages ago? What was I intending? Yeah, it should just be name of item collected. I don't need to progress a story. I need to set the fanfare to none, so it doesn't say to the player, hey, you completed this, because I don't want them to say, hey, I completed a tutorial. I don't give a crap about that. It's just so the game knows, hey, don't repeat the tutorial later. I'm pretty certain I did that in some of these other ones here. Because if I don't put name of item collected after the fact, then it doesn't... It's not repeatable. Most remote places are expensive and boring. Buy them to some mountain, Shasta instead. Yeah, you see, remember when I said gamers? And how I can't get them outside the air-conditioned box? That's outside their air-conditioned box. Hear me out on this one. It's a little far for them. I can't even get them to go, like, you know, a couple miles to a nearby pizza place. Where it would have cost them, like, they could have bought a drink for like $4 and just sat there. Which means if they won't foot $4 to sit there, they're probably not going to foot the gas bill to get out the, you know, Summit Mountain. Also, they would probably die because, you know, they have the constitution of a gamer. A shut-in gamer, I guess, because you know a lot of people game who actually have good constitutions, but these people are more shut-ins. They're not. They ain't going up a mountain. They'll die. Hell, with my health these days, I don't think I'd do too well on a mountain either. Don't have spinal issues. It makes it tough to go a lot of places. It has gotten a lot better. I'm not climbing a mountain. But I could probably hike a couple miles on flat ground. That's true. Right. I walk 4 miles a day, so. Well, okay, 3 to 4 miles. Some days I don't quite walk to 4. But it's on flat ground. But that's also because one of my health problems is that I get dizzy spells now. And the last thing I want to do is be on some mountain trail near a cliffside and start getting dizzy spells. That doesn't sound like a good plan. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, for sure. This system works. I'm just going through and reminding myself how everything worked in the system. Did I put it here? Yeah, so it's just play collectible audio. Okay. Sorry, but set up where I can continuously award the same item and it doesn't actually care. That makes sense. Alright. And repeatable means that they'll actually be able to continuously collect that item. I'm not checking to see a branch to see if they have something, except for right here inside the Poppet check here. Yeah, if it's not repeatable, then just do once and then do this. Okay. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'm reminding myself how I programmed everything for trigger boxes. Because I haven't looked at these in a while, and my system is actually pretty good, honestly. I remember spending a bunch of time retooling this to be much better than it is, for sure. But some boxes are in weird locations. Well, I think I know I learned a duck was up there. I think I know exactly why it was up there. Because originally there was a learn to duck option right here, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, I remember now. Of course, there's no reason to go up. Oh, no, there is a reason. I want to get to the first point where they have a chance to duck, and they, you know, they read that, and yeah. Then I just want to delete them all later. Can't spell crouch apparently. Okay, that explains a lot. And I forgot about that whole situation up there. I also put a thing up here already, and I forgot that I already did that. I have a bunch of dialogue to write, for sure. Now that the game is much more cohesive, and I'm not changing things all the time like that, I can go back and write the stuff. Because I kept writing things and then changing a bunch of stuff and having to rewrite things over and over and over and over. And it got to a point where I was like, I'm just gonna wait until later and write the stuff. This is dumb. Too much time is being wasted rewriting this stuff for like little events, like little dialogue changes, because, you know, things were done in different orders, where new things existed in the world and I had to mention them in different ways and things, and just some dialogue no longer made sense because, hey, you know, I was doing this. It's just stupid. Much time was wasted because I had poor organization. Yes. I thought I copy pasted it, but I guess I did not. We'll call this tutorial cleanup. Actually, well, first we'll move it to a graph. It's so weird because that one's just counted as being in chapter 3, but it also shows up in chapter 1. And it's the only room that shows up outside of chapter. I could duplicate graphs and then just have everything set up, but seems like a lot of effort. No, this is a blueprint for the level. Like, you can go up here and you can open up the level blueprint, and whichever level one has its own specific blueprint. And whatever these trigger boxes, which you can just find by going up here and, you know, typing in like trigger box, or just trigger will get there. And there's other trigger volumes too, so you can get different sizes. I usually use boxes. And then you can reference these boxes inside the level blueprint. You just select it in the world. come over here and then right click, and then you can add event for that particular thing. So if I want to learn to crouch for this one, I can add it in here. Now I have one, but I already have one for this particular trigger box is sitting over here. It's good to see that it just moved it for me. So for every level, there's one of those. And now everything is on one giant level, so technically it's the one for the whole game, but at one point I had 4 different levels the game was divided up on, so I had one for every level. That's all it really does, is reference those trigger boxes. I mean, you can reference other things on there if you want. Most of the code in the game is actually on Poppet herself. Aha, I've been streambowed today. Yay, streambowed. Or streamboo. Whatever. Wow, like one right after, ban restricted, man, that's beautiful. We just banned that one out of the game too. Not the game, out of the thing. Man. Speaking of AI polluting the internet, you get all these people, you know, advertising AI viewers. Who needs real viewers for your stream when you can have AI viewers? Yeah, well, I mean, basically every big streamer bots. It's just how it works. It's just basically the meta. Like, you pay to get to the top of the thing because Twitch rewards you for being near the top. So once you're already at the top, you get more people seeing your stream first and they wander in. And so if you want to actually become a popular streamer, you basically have to bot. But I don't bot because I don't know, I was just streaming because I was just working on my game. I guess I wasn't really pushing to be a successful streamer. I just was streaming because I get people to chat with while I was working on what I was working on. But since it's basically expected and Twitch just apparently doesn't care at all because they let all their big streamers do it like crazy. If I want to do like an advertising thing, I could just be paying for those because it would be like free advertising. It would just push me to the top and I get way more views. Yeah. Not saying I'm going to do that because I haven't bothered to at this point, but you know. Yeah, weird. How do I stop this from being repeatable? Yeah, I wouldn't do it on YouTube. YouTube doesn't really reward you for having more viewers though. Like, it doesn't push you to the top of anything. With the way Twitch is rated, it's just whoever has the most viewers appears at the top. And, you know, being in the first 5 streams is so much more valuable than being in like the next 5, you know, and so on down the line. And there's not really anyone, it's just, you're like the only watch right now. Today is not a popular day, for sure. But I mean, let's see here. Because I mean, you see the view difference here, how quickly it falls off. You know, it starts at 98 and By the second, we're only at 29 and 16, and you see how this fall down and down super fast. Pretty soon, straight down here, and there's just like no one really watching. Like, your odds of getting new people are so bad down here, because you know when you click the thing, what do you see? This. You saw these 10. Then you had to scroll down for everything else. Well, YouTube rewards you often for fitting whatever the algorithm wants. They'll give you views too. But only if you happen to be something that is part of a category, because like it's like, well, YouTube likes the, well, they watch this one thing. Well, here's a bunch of other stuff that's the same content, so they keep pushing you down that. I know for a while I was getting so many people like watching me on YouTube because YouTube was just like, well, this guy's on at this time, and these people are basically asleep at the wheel. So it would just direct me there because people would always watch me, and it knew that they would stay for hours because I didn't wake them up. It's terrible, but sleepers are actually a big thing on YouTube. If I had over 1,000 subs, I'd have been farming them. Because it would have been money, but not so much. I have to have a do I have this check. That's what I'm missing. I think I've done it where the do I have this check is after. Yeah, I checked the notes before. But yeah, I should probably try to make YouTube videos just to get to the 1,000 subs. Because once I'm at the 1,000 subs, then I get money off advertising, which is, I mean, more money. True. Then I gotta learn how to make good videos and the like. I think one of the problems also is that I'm just not interested in making videos. Like, I'm interested in being a game dev, and I just happen to be streaming because it's easy. But yes. Yep. That's the thing, I'm not making 100 videos because it's like an entire job, and in that time I could just make my game. At least that's the hope. Yes, depends how long it takes you to make 100 videos. Probably take me a long time to make 100 videos because I have no skill with them and would probably not make them very fast because I have a job. You know, like, I have to make money otherwise. But maybe I can consider doing it. That's how it said, okay. Alright, alright. Alright. If it's repeatable, I have to have a do I have this check. Safe zones aren't talked about there. Oh, there's no ducking in there. But I don't know, I probably should just, you know, suck it up, not work on the game for a while and do that instead. Wait, that still doesn't remove it from the equation, right? Did I code out the way to get rid of that? As you see, we're doing it for 10 years and have 10 viewers. Everyone money by driving Uber. Yeah. You're wearing McDonald's. Actually, the joke is that you could beg on a street corner and make more than your average streamer would make. 100%. Because people, you know, giving you $5 on Twitch, highly unlikely, like for like a sub or whatever. But then there are people who like, I'll hand you like $5 because you're begging on a street corner, way higher. I'm just saying, you know? Or give you like $1 or something. How often do people donate you $1 when streaming on Twitch? Not very many. Or on YouTube. How many people will give someone $1 just on the street, right? So what we have established here is that begging on a street corner is more valuable to society than being a streamer. Just saying. Just saying. One of these pays better. Therefore, society must view it as more valuable. All right, so after this, I'm gonna go beg on a street corner and see how much more. Because like yesterday, like let's see. If you're curious, yesterday there was like an average of what 3.7 viewers, right? And on that day, you can see the day where we got all the subs like that, the 10 gifted subs. Thanks, DX, brother. I made 59 cents during that time. It was like a 5-hour stream. Yeah. So, you know, about 10 cents an hour. I think if I begged on a street corner, I can do better than 10 cents in 10 cents an hour. I'm pretty certain. If someone gave me a singular dollar in that time, it would have been double the money. Just saying. Not saying I care about the money like that. I'm just pointing out how funny, how valueless streaming is. Oh, yeah, exactly. That street violinist is making bank. So, hey, you know, streaming is not a valuable service to society. It's pretty obvious. Even when I was getting lots of people, I wasn't. You don't make much money streaming. You really don't. The money is minuscule for ads and everything. You hope that someone with Twitch Turbo is watching, because that pays way more than ads. A lot of rich people panhandle. Yeah, that's how they got rich. I see the amount of money they get to the beggars out there. It's crazy. Like, I should just be sitting there begging the whole time on stream. Maybe that would make me beg. Just saying, maybe. I don't have this set up in a way that works, I don't think. Yeah, but definitely doing it wrong. Streaming is what's known as poor people behavior. And when I wasn't streaming, I was making a great deal more money because I spent more time working on my job at all the times I wasn't working on the game. Game dev is also called poor people behavior, by the way, too. Like, it's not glamorous, but I would flip magic cards at night online between various stores and make, you know, $1,000 in a night. Or I could, in the entirety of my Twitch career, I think I'll be at about $720 after the next payout. One night, over a year of streaming. Huh. Yeah. I mean, listen, you know, begging from the government is also, you know, a very viable tactic. I'm just saying. Look at how rich you get. Why am I not begging from the government? I'm so dumb. Speaking of begging from the government, like, there was like 6 months where I was having trouble walking. So I got like the free food thing because like couldn't really walk, so it's hard to work. And in that time, they were paying like $290 a month. So over 6 months, I made so much more than I ever did streaming just by not being able to work. See, begging from the government works. I'm just saying, begging from the government works. Granted, I didn't want to beg from the government on that one, but if you can't really walk, it's tough to work. Guys are view botting doing hot tub streams? Oh my. I've been getting in better shape and all that, you know, PT stuff, man. Physical training will get you in better shape. I'm still not like a great shape, but listen. Even my even my massage therapist is like, wow, you're getting more muscles. And if anyone knows how out of shape I was, it's definitely my massage therapist. The lady who massages all my muscles. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm missing something in how I program this. Parts I keep, you know, ignoring it and going on doing other things. But I've definitely considered the whole view botting thing. I don't want to, but the fact that it's literally just basically considered an expected thing by Twitch is so bizarre to me. You'd think Twitch would not want that to be a thing, but... Magician door buffs here. So it should be disabled on this one, I would thought. I could have sworn I had an easy method for this. Yeah, it's so weird. Like you're looking like it's like Hassan or something like that. Was one like someone was showing like the view numbers for like that, and every time he starts a stream, he suddenly has 4,000 people within a minute. But see, the thing is it doesn't keep going up. He just sits at around 4,000 people the whole time. Now, are there really 4,000 people who are waiting for the first minute he goes live streaming, and it's not always at the same time, and then they all sit there for the entire duration of the stream? Yeah, that's why that view bot. Like it's stupid. Like it's so obvious that they're doing that. Like every stream consistently 4,000 people at exactly in 1 minute. And that's just the average he gets anyway. Really, bro? Really? Really? And lots of them do. That was just like the most recent example I saw where they were just showing his numbers, and I was like, huh. I see. Yes. I'm doing it wrong. I see. But hey, more power to him. You know, if you're gonna, you got to play the game. Like, I guess it might. I think I'm looking at it wrong. If I want to, you know, stream into YouTube and everything like that, I probably should just do that. Like, why am I doing game dev? Oh yeah. But counterpoint, Discord would rather just be a pile of garbage that adds in a bunch of weird, you know, spying stuff in there and not actually any features anyone cares about. Wait, that sucks. Nah, they need to. They could do a lot for sure. All right, this should turn that off, right? It doesn't turn it off. This check needs to be reversed. Sorry to progress, sure, but it should be that, do I have this should happen after this? Is it repeatable? Wait, does that work? Because if I put this afterwards... No, because I'm awarding it here. Wait. Yeah, but I can't get any traction on Kick because everything on Kick is basically centered on two categories. And they keep moving me out of the main categories anyway. I've kind of just left it. But all that really matters on there is IRL and gamble. Or just three things. And then like GTA for some reason. And you will never get any viewership. Like they keep putting me in game development on Kick, and Let me look at what game development on Kick looks like. I can't click it from the back end? Really? Kick, you're so bad. Just don't make noise at me, Kick. I don't want to hear it. I don't want copyrighted crap. Yeah, instead they keep moving me to game development, and where's that? I moved it. Look at this awesome category. Look at how many people watch this category. Oh my. 11 people watching the category. They move me to these categories. But if you browse the categories, you can definitely see where all the viewership is. I guess Counter-Strike and these things. So there's viewership in these. But not so much. See, like, you know, clearly this is the category that they should have just added to Twitch to save time, right? Yeah, Twitch has viewers for game dev. That's why I sit there. But the thing is they're not all in English, too. That's the other thing people need to note. Like, because, you know, if I remove this language restriction, look at this one. There's like 191 for this guy here. Another one here, like 53 there. These are all ones that aren't English, so. With Twitch, it mostly has the being at the top. With Kick, it's just you need to be in the right category because no one will ever browse the game dev category. Here, there's people browsing it. It's still a weak category. Like, there's like maybe enough for one person to make a living at the very top, maybe two in this category, people-wise, and that's it. There just isn't enough. I remember the day that I had like an average of like 128 people watching me because someone rated me with 250 some odd viewers. And I made $12 that day. That was the ad rev, $12. So yeah. No, because I've been put to all kinds of weird categories. Sometimes I'm in like, you know, modeling, and I'm like, I'm making a game, and they're like, eh. There's also a software development too, because for some reason there needs to be a software development. So just in case they aren't further, you know. Now there's 10 people watching that. Like, they could just merge all of it into software development, right? But they don't. Or modeling is the other one they like to put me in. 3D modeling, sorry. With 0 people watching, but there's 1 there, so clearly they're lying. Actually, it's just them watching themselves. You count as your own watcher, by the way, on Kick. I can move myself back to IRL. Not IRL, no. Just chatting. Which is usually where I like to put myself because like all the viewers on this entire site are basically in this. Like, I mean, it's like double the next one over. That's nuts. Why wouldn't I just want to do that? Like, yeah. I'm gonna need to fix this at some point here. I might just fix it a different day though. I just need to code it different. But yeah, I've only ever had one person who subbed to me on Kick, and that was just because he was being nice because he'd watch me on Twitch anyway, and I was like, why not just watch on Kick if you sub me on Twitch? He's like, well, I mean, you subbed on, you know, Kick. And he's like, well, the chatting's better on Twitch. And I was like, okay, well, The other thing that is probably hurting me is I multi-stream. And that takes the viewers I have from my Discord and splits them between 3 different services, which is probably not helpful if you want to be a streamer. Like, if I had them all on one, then I would probably average, you know, closer to like 10 people watching right now. Even just coming back, which would be probably better. But, I want to be a content creator, I need to focus on being a content creator. I think it's really what it is. That's what my goal is. It's not my goal, but I think that if game dev is probably a terrible choice for a content creator, that's true as well. Because as you can see, the categories are small. The interest isn't very high. They might be interested in the game you're making overall, but at least on Twitch, with 1,100 people watching, 1,100 people watching, the pie is so small that we're working for. Yeah, I'm assuming that will help, and consistency. And I can make reusable content too. That's another thing I could do if I really wanted to. Something to think about. There's so many things I need to do for this. It's already a pretty Herculean task, so I'm pretty loath to add more tasks to it for sure. This is so fundamentally flawed. I thought I cooked with this, but I don't think I did. But yeah, something to think about. I need to consistently stream at certain times too. Hey, Henry KXXX. I'm making a 3D Metroidvania where you play as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape a toy store where all the toys come to life at night and try to, kill each other. Actually, the real thing I'm working on is making lots of money. There you go. It just happens to be through game dev, the worst choice. I'll give it a quick tour. Yeah. Get that bag, yo. Yeah. This is Poppet. She's the main character. Oh, thanks. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity. That's just me using up your curse like that. But you gain curse power, which basically is like the MP of the game. If your sanity ever hits 0, you lose. The curse takes you over. I'm gonna let her sanity run down so you can see the insanity effect, because it's fun. And who doesn't like it? That exciting. They don't block anything, you can just jump right through them. If you go back to the light, you gain sanity, but you don't gain curse power, so you gotta kind of bounce between the two throughout the whole game. Makes for pretty hecticness because you gotta position yourself a lot. Once you get past about 60% sanity, you get all the insane effect disappears, so you're good. You're safe for well. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. First one you get's the Fool, the giant squeaky toy. Smack stuff. Aha! Break things with it. Yes, break everything, smack everything. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. This is a sequel wall. Later on, you pick up the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. It lets you pick up small objects and throw them. You can also manipulate stuff in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, doors, light switches, stuff. Serves as a real puzzling thing for the game. One of the traversals. And as a ghetto weapon, it's not very good as a weapon so far. Okay, this is not that hard, it's just that I've been drinking and it's late. Not a very hard jump. I just make it look hard. I've only been on the first drink, so it's not like I've been drinking a lot, but it's 6:28 a.m., so, you know. That might be helping my skills suck. Oh, now it's doing an ad break? Really? Really? You do it too? Or if you don't have any ads, that helps too. Pre-finished product me, graphics, how UI? You working on it? I've put less than 2 years in the actual game, though there's been a bunch of, I've had to take a bunch of breaks for health reasons. So, the time of working on the game is actually longer than that. I didn't really work on the game during any of that because I couldn't. Like, I just came back from like a 6-month break from health problems. Don't have a messed up spine. For sure. It's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building. The curse is on the building. If you don't collect the building, you'll die. But you can come out and look at it. You can jump off if you want. You can kill yourself. It's fine. No one will stop you. If you want to jump off, it's fine. I was just kind of waiting for the ad break to wear off on there. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of polish right now. So, you know. It's going to be a lot of weird things that just don't feel right, so I'm going to make them better. When she has a terraform, when she's in terraform, she gets different abilities. So the magician can pick up small objects, but she's in regular form, then she just drops these things like that. But if she's in terraform, then when she picks them up, she throws them instead. Can you try that? Yeah, definitely shows all the work. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming along. I have, like, it takes me about 4 hours to get to the end of the content I have. That's like boots on the ground in chapter 3. There's like 4 chapters. But chapter 2 isn't even finished yet, so it takes almost 2 hours to get through chapter 2 and it's not finished. Chapter 2 is going to be real long. For sure. Did I just throw that off? Oh no. Why did I do that? I can grab that. Gimme, gimme. Aha. And this. And this. I can get up here. Oh, thanks for the follow. Another person who's excited to watch me play with dolls all night. The running joke. No, sir, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. That's 2 things. I didn't even remove the extras there. I'm being stabbed. You're so mean. You're all so mean. Normally I'd be picking up tarot cards, but I just enabled a bunch of the early tarot cards just to show them off. I'll show off some of their abilities for fun here. There's actually 22 tarot cards in the game. This is a tarot menu, like switching them. It's all the major arcana, so you'll see them all up here along the way. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Really? I was showing off this and you did that. It's work at point blank range. You suck. Deals damage to targets. If you're in terraform, it captures them in a bubble instead. But yeah. Got the best hat. Very important. Really? See? I have my level set really high for this area, so they just die in one hit. Can't shoot this because I keep shooting between the bars. My aim is too good. I went and got myself a key, so now I can open this door. Slam it in their faces. It's got a map, so you can see where you've been. You can use more pictures on the map. Separated by floors. It's also got the whole system for everything like that. Collectibles. I need to put information in for a lot of these collectibles and what they do, but The system is there. I just need to put information. In the tarot menu. Saving only appears if you can actually save. She saves in toy boxes. The options are here, though there's some errors. All that works. Everything pretty much works. Just there's bugs and things that are quality of life things that need to be fixed. Yeah, the Empress here. One of its abilities is it plants mushrooms that can heal you. They'll count down and then they'll go and heal anyone nearby. Well, I think they just heal you now. I think I took out the heal anyone nearby because it was too hard to work with. Oh, in Terraform, this grows bigger too, by the way. In case the hammer wasn't big enough. Does more damage. I usually run through this area and show off the map travel system. Because you can jump through paintings to travel to different areas. Just all the fun abilities, don't you know, right? All the fun stuff. Whee! Early on in the game, you don't have that many weapons. By the end of the game, you'll have so many, you'll wonder what you were even doing with your life. For sure. Sneak under here real quick. There's another secret entrance. Who doesn't love a secret entrance? Also, that's messed up there, but whatever. We choose not to look at that little problem there. Turn on the light quick. We're running out of sanity. You wouldn't have death at this point. This is not even game ready yet, but apparently it's a site that just life drains. Doesn't have any additional special abilities yet. You're gonna get it way later. It looks cool though. You got a cool little sight thingy, you got a cool hat. That's the most important part of any new ability, a cool hat, right? Anyone who says different just doesn't have a good fashion sense. I don't know what to tell them. These are just invincible ducky toys for fun. You can pick them up and throw them too. Just cause. No real value to it. Actually, they do damage to targets if you want to throw them into them. Really like the design choice here. I'm putting back in from whole life, so I have no idea how to make nice things like that. Only netcode, DB game logic. I mean, hey, you know, you got to make the game work, right? I'm sure the code you'd make would be a lot better in the back end than the code I made. Put it that way. Some of the code I made is... I was just puzzling over some of my design choices. They came back after 6 months. Also having a light here. There's an extra light here that's not supposed to be here, but... there's a character, she got her soul stuck in the paintings, and she lets you travel through the paintings if you free them up for her. Do jump through the paintings. I need to add in story and things like that. Like, I have like a lot of the gameplay of it like that. It's just all the nice things like explainers for what abilities do, tutorial stuff, actual story. I mean, you know, these things just aren't there yet. I need to get the playtest ready so then, you know, I can hand it around to people and get some feedback a bit. Yeah, so the saves all work. Loading works too. Or should. Oh wait, I don't have the test. Ooh, that was a bad decision. I currently have the test mode enabled so it will not spawn me in a particular place, I have to disable that. Entirely blueprints. I'm too stupid for C++. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Why didn't she load this room? Buddy pal friendo, why is the room not loaded? Well, it's okay. Ah, as it doesn't work. That's even more impressive. I have everything data layered out, so there's actually stuff in all these rooms. It's just that I don't have them data layered in at the moment. I can unload chapter 1. Chapter 2's got all these room infos. Data layers are glorious. Boop, boop. It takes forever to load all of chapter 2. I don't normally load all the data layers at once, only for purposes of going, oh look, I have all of chapter 2. Bam. There's like whole underwater world under this place too. These are aquariums underneath these places. And you go lower the water through the aquariums and try to get into the places. You can see the aquariums from the sides. Weird restaurants and things. These fogs would normally be loaded, but it's loading this out here. Haunted hallways. Other aquariums. The pirate girl who lives in the aquarium. I couldn't find a place for a pirate thingy, but having a wrecked pirate ship in an aquarium sounded kind of cool, so now she does. Also, the water's set to lower there for some reason. I got all kinds of stuff going on in this game. This room is not finished yet. Not even kinda. There's also a ghost girl. I have basically the first 5 bosses figured out. Unfortunately, I mean, I programmed them in. They're only the first 3 are closer to game ready. They're all in chapter 1. Chapter 2, oof. So anyway, off the ghost girl. She's a de facto ruler of the place, and you're her toy. She just wants to play games with you. You just happen to not want to play games with her. Because she captures you, and then it kills you. You just respawn back at the other place, because you can't die either. No one can really die here. They just keep coming back. This is the first game against her. It's kind of like a boss fight against her in a way. Where, you know, she just wants to play tag, and she's it. Hello, what you doing? No, 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 no. She doesn't fit through the doors very well, thankfully. She's just a little bit too big. That's okay. She'll teleport places. I just don't want to go wherever she's at. I made her faster. Now I can't always even beat this place. I might need to slow her down. It's like, she's too slow. She's too easy. Didn't have sound effects yet, though. She'll be so much creepier when she gets those. Oh my god. It'd be terrifying. I thought she was already out. I was like, oh no, run away. There's all safe zones to protect you in this area too. She has weird rules to her games. She's a ghost. She doesn't have to really obey any rules. She doesn't have to actually worry about these. She could just float through them. In other ones, she will float through them. Like in the second game, she just floats through stuff. She'll also chase you through the hallways playing red light, green light with you. Except for, like, she can just pass through anything, so if you're not paying attention, you just die. Pretty bad news, actually. I don't recommend it. Keep an eye on her. And in the third game, she actually plays a version of Miss Pac-Man with you. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Miss Pac-Man, it's good. Good old magician being very useful. One life to live. Oh crap. Run away. Run away. Chasing her now. That's not a good plan. That's not going to work out in my favor at all. That's going to turn to me dying in short order. I need this key from in here. Hide in a safe box for a second. I need my curse back. Something lets me dash. There's no other real useful ability in these rooms. Basically just the magician is useful and kind of it. You can't fight her. I mean, she's huge. What are you going to do to her? She's a ghost and she's huge. These two things, you're a tiny toy. What are you going to do? Nothing. He's sad because she's huge and you can't do anything about it. Well, if she's over there, I don't want to be over there. Hear me out on this one. Seems like a bad place to be. There's actual regular boss fights too, where you actually fight enemies using your abilities, so. There's like one Charlotte fight per chapter, and then 2 bosses you have to beat in 3 of the chapters. 4 bosses in the final chapter. And like a good and a bad ending, depending upon if you even make it to the later bosses. You might not make it. You might just not qualify, as you didn't do the stuff. Oh, I got through the first section. Haha, who's laughing now, loser? Then you have a reprieve from her, where you can do useful things like open up toilets or something. Well, supposedly. You can target the toilet. Target toilet? Aha! Yeah, I added that. I don't know why. Very important to add these things in. It's only half the fight against her, but... Here you can see the Empress's other ability, where it can grow and shrink plants. Okay, well, I also somehow enabled flying when I wasn't supposed to. Weird. How did I do that? Okay, well, for some reason the wings have appeared that for double jump, and I don't know why. This is why we're working on things, because bugs. It's like triggered by switching, I think? Whatever. I was just going to show the Empress growing shrinking plants, I guess. Now I have 2 sets of wings. I'm just going to grow and shrink a plant from there, and we'll figure out why that happened later. I can do it here. That's perfectly fine. I don't think I'll get much else done today, but I have some plans for next day to fix a lot of bugs. For sure. This is a good spot to sit. I was doing another ad break? You suck, Twitch. Why is there always ad breaks? Alright, so after that weird bug like that, I'll just do this here. And the Empress's other abilities it can grow and shrink the plants, so you just go doop and go. That's how you get through these areas. Yay! Apparently have to be in terraform to grow and shrink plants, so it's not free to sit in it. Don't recommend it. I go back and forth on how much that should cost to be in it. Right now it's very expensive, but you get it back pretty fast, so there would be a tarot card here, but I enabled them already, so yeah, there's like lots of tarot cards, so just in case. I got all kinds of dumb crap. There's double jump, sprouts wings, clockwork wings. You have stuff like the moon that makes copies of yourself that can take hits for you. You can also detonate them to hurt things nearby, if they're close enough. I haven't even let you dash. You also gain the ability to go underwater. Normally you would die from it, but I just have everything enabled so I can just swim underwater. Normally this room you're supposed to lower and raise the water to get places. Well, mostly just lower the water here, but all kinds of dumb things to do. Justice so far just has a hat and I think it does pistol shots. I like the underwater effect. Was pew 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 pew. I haven't treated like Mega Man and probably give her like a charge shot or something for it. Just what Justice is, just pistols. I thought about also having something where she cages people, but I think Temperance already kind of does that. They don't work very well up close. They're terrible up close. Good at a distance though. Losers. Yeah, shooting gallery. Yeah, I'm a terrible aim, by the way. I'm a terrible aim. Stop moving, you jerk. Yeah, it's like the basic idea of the game. In a nutshell. Yes, indeed. Hopefully at least marginally exciting. And if not, did I miss a message and all that? You get a budget together for someone on Fiverr to make shorts or videos for you. Once you get that budget, try to make up that income with your magic card flip. I mean, I could. I don't know. I should probably try to be a content creator. That's true. 100%. I should probably try to be a content creator, not just game dev, because I'm gonna have to advertise more anyway. Kind of true. Not that I think I don't know how clippable the streams would even be, to be honest, because a lot of times you're just working on things that are kind of like not that impressive, and like for streaming purposes, it's like, okay, well, he's making all this coding thing. Well, I'm sorry, for clip purposes, like code doesn't really do too well. Every time there was a bug or something, they could probably do. That's true. Every time I did something that was like an aha moment, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But probably something for another day for sure. Ooh, that's a nice good neck pop there. Every once in a while, like I say, you just tilt my head to the left, you get that really loud pop. And like my neck, and it's like, wow. It feels so much better now. Now, if it would just stay that way the whole time and not keep popping other directions, it'd be real nice. Real nice indeed. But anyway, I think I'll probably end up wrapping up the stream around that point. I'm at about the 4-hour mark, and say I'm trying to not overdo it. Oh, guess I'll respond to talking first. Most people understand the process of developing a finished product. That's why it's boring to them. The end community is not that big. Yeah, that's kind of thing. A lot of people see the same stuff over and over and over, and you'll get the biggest bang for your buck if you just periodically check back in and see all the things that have changed than if you just watch me do it. Some people like to watch people do these like game dev things because they're kind of doing their own work and they just kind of want to have like, you know, someone doing the same thing, you know, so they don't feel like they're alone, I guess. And some people just, you know, keep watching to support, or they just have you on in the background, and that's pretty nice, but I get it. You know, I check in on my, you know, streamer friends, what they're working on. Though I don't really always leave their streams open all the time for like every day. Like I'll leave them open some days and watch, like sure, but a lot of days, you know, kind of working on the same thing too. So it's not something I would just like want to watch the whole time. So I get it. Not ever changing like a lot of games people play all the time. That's why I say it's like I don't think it'd be a very clippable stream. Maybe it is, and I just secretly don't know it. It's not like I know the secret to success in being an influencer. Other than being a hot chick and having a hot tub, that probably helps. But other than that, seeing as how I can't really achieve one of those two things, probably not going to work out for that one. Can definitely get a hot tub though. I don't think anybody wants to see me in it, though. I want to see me in a hot tub. That sounds really nice. Like I could do it sitting in a hot tub. Who am I kidding? I'll stream all day in a hot tub. I don't think I'll get anything done. I don't think I care. Sounds amazing. I'm doing it wrong. Be a hot tub streamer. All right. On that note, I gotta head off to get some sleep because I need to be ready to work in 7 hours. Yes. And I kind of want to sleep before that. Yes. So, yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Henry. I pretty much stream most nights of the week at this point. So I'll be back tomorrow night, probably around a similar time. Well, I streamed 4 hours before this. So, you know, sometime around then, I'll just be kind of streaming. Maybe I'll start streaming a little later next time. I don't know. I kind of been moving the time a little bit to see when more people show up. Because, yeah, about that. Aha! Awesome. I was doing that for a while. I was working the 16-hour things like that between 2 jobs. And that was good. I did it for like, I don't know, almost a year. And that's just hard on the body. Like, because it was just like every day. I didn't take days off. It's just every day. And that was not a good plan. That was not a good plan. You do 8 to 10 hour streams and then work like you're like 6 to 8 hours on a regular job too. I just keep doing that because I have a business. So it's just, that was a lot. So, got to take days off. Pretty much another guy. He showed up just in time for me to, you know, close out the stream. Like I said, I might starting to stream a little later because I still want to stream about like, you know, 3-4 hours a day. But when I first show up, it's often like 3 in the morning, and it's actually just because I keep waking up randomly in the middle of the night. That's why I end up streaming these times. It's just like, I guess I'm awake. I can't go back to sleep. I guess I'll stream. Fair enough. Yeah, see, like all these normal people out there with their being up at regular people times. You act like I'm weird for starting a stream at 3 a.m. What the hell, man? It's not weird. No, it's pretty weird. I have terrible hours. I work in the afternoon and evening, and then I'm not a morning person. It's true. Well, I'm still up in the morning. I guess I'm not still up in the morning person. 7 a.m. I'm still up. But my life would be a lot easier if I could sleep 8 straight hours and just wake up at like 8 in the morning and then stream until I have to work. Might be onto something on that one. It would be easier for me. Or even if I woke up at 7 and started streaming at 8, you know, instead of, you know, I'm obviously not going to roll out of bed and immediately stream. That'd be a catastrophe. Like, it would just be me sitting there all like half dead for like half an hour or more. But yeah. Anyway. Oh, same here. He's working from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Now it's, yeah. You know what it is. I've just been a night owl my whole life, and it's not healthy. Don't be a night owl. It's not a good plan. It's fine when you're young. You get away with that. You get older, man. And then you can't do anything. If you don't stream, it's like, what else was I going to do? There's nothing else. I'm just going to be in front of the computer. I might as well stream, work on my game. So I need to just not be up in the middle of the night. It'd be so much smarter. Whatever. I just, you know, keep streaming whenever I wake up, in the middle of the night, probably. And anyone on the Discord will 100% catch me. Everyone else, well, I mean, you know, they'll get notifications on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Well, I'm all of them. It's fine. It'll work out. Sure. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, roughly around the same time. So, have fun, everyone. Enjoy your normal people hours. Freaking weirdos. Oh, and we'll get some sleep. Catch you later, another guy, Henry. And if you're still watching TX. And Sarah, and if Superboy's still watching, you know, the people we watched earlier. Yeah, catch everyone later.